You are the reason どうしても触れたくない祈りの歌で Keep it on the rap starter ただ only thing in this world 構わないんだそれでも今 Why Hurting バカみたい僕ばかりがフェイ正しくなれない I was in love with you どうしても戻れない Never be here Yeah, casual, right now, give me color, we can make plans, I don't cheat and casual, right now, walking away, yeah, casual, right now, walking away, give me the right way, I like to, I need my key shit to the core high.
Hey, deep you seeing those signs, say I'm just in time, yeah, you know that's it right, I'll let this one slide.
And I turn outside and bite. You and I decide to fight. I look around and sweep the base up. Say goodbye through the window.
Taking a time on the road, she getting out of control, yeah. Higher up, I'm in the zone, she out here ready to go. Oh, I'll break away, come back to you. You take the blame, I want you to come and say you want me to. Maybe lately, cash out, right now, walking away. We can make plans, turning our way. Cash out, right now, walking away, yeah. Cash out, right now, walking on. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Cash out, right now, walking away. We can make plans, turn it out. Cash out, right now, walking away, yeah. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to.
Shut the fuck up.
Waller just resubscribed for 6 months. Hi ROG and chat.
You are the reason どうしても触れたくない祈りの歌で Keep it on the rap starter ただ only thing in this world 構わないんだそれでも今 Why Hurting バカみたい僕ばかりがフェイ正しくなれない I was in love with you どうしても戻れない Never be here Yeah, casual, right now, give me color, we can make plans, I don't cheat and casual, right now, walking away, yeah, casual, right now, right where I like to, I need my key shit to the core high.
Hey, deep you seeing those signs, say I'm just in time, yeah, you know that's it right, I'll let this one slide.
And I turn outside and bite. You and I decide to fight. I look around and sweep the base up. Say goodbye through the window.
Taking a time on the road, she getting out of control, yeah. Higher up, I'm in the zone, she out here ready to go. Oh, I'll break away, come back to you. You take the blame, I want you to come and say you want me to. Maybe lately, cash out.
Good morning.
We can make plans, turning our way. Cash out, right now, walking away, yeah.
Good morning, chat.
Cash out, right now, walking on. Take me to right where you like to. I don't mind do what you like to. Cash out, right now, walking on.
Alright, enough of that. What do I listen to today? What are we listening today? Wake up.
Shut the fuck up.
Exacto O just resubscribed for 4 months. Pog crazy morning bossman.
Pog crazy, good morning. Exacto Wayne, I think for 6 months. Exact thing for 4 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. Ohayo. Make up this a shot of who is you? Ready to move. You in tech wear? What's up, Bubs? I do. Here. I got so for tech wear. For tech wear, I got hey, good morning, everyone. I got this hoodie. Kinda hard to see, but and then for pants, I got this ones. It's the side of moon. Where's the drum part? Okay. And then I got these ones are like more normal, but it's still tech wear. These are my favorite though, because they're the most comfortable. Yeah. What's up, everyone? Good morning, everyone. Oh yeah, I don't have a lot of tech wear, but I do like tech wear. And the hoodie I have, I wish it was black, honestly, but I couldn't get the black one because it was sold out. Today's call-up day? No. Well, unless Fruit and Zen want to play later, but we'll see if they want to. Because Fruit's feeling bad from her vaccine shot, I believe. Yeah, take what sells pretty fast. What's up, ZT? What's up, Italia? I'd like to get more techwear, but I have honestly not been shopping clothes other than merch that I bought. I haven't really shopped any clothes at all. Wait, let me blast my soul playlist. Where's my soul playlist? Here. Let's go, baby. When life fuck up, yeah. Acrylic stands? I don't even know Yeah. Yeah, we like that. Exclamation mark bots tell you. Hey, you good, Essen. Good to you. Hey Vassal, hey Shida. Good morning everyone. No cap guys, ever since I started working out every day again, or like not every day but 6 times a week is what I'm doing, I've been feeling so much better, man. I sleep less, I have so much more energy, I don't need caffeine. I haven't had a sip of caffeine in fucking weeks now. Feeling good. Up in the sky. Show your muscle. What do you think your muscles grow in 2 weeks? I mean, before my stream blew up, I was working out from May until September. I worked out and I lost like 20 kilograms during that time. And then once the whole boom happened in August, I kind of stopped and just started streaming like crazy. But now I'm back to it. I need to fly. Oh my god. Up in the sky. I'm gonna show you right now. I think I'm gained a few kilos. I was 88 in August. I think I'm like 90, 91 now. But I'm gonna go down. My plan is to go down to 85 on my height. I know it might be a little bit crazy because I'm 185 centimeters, 85 kilo, but like, that's my plan. Hey, Top Todd. Woo. Feeling it right now. Struggling to gain weight. For me, it's really easy to gain weight. Like, obviously, I don't do anything all day long. I sit on my PC if I'm not working out. And then in general, like, I don't have a quick metabolism, so everything sticks to me. Like, my brother can eat like 7 times a day and not gain any weight. I just got the worst metabolism in the house, in the family. Oh, trust me, he can gain weight. My brother was like one of the skinniest motherfuckers ever, and now he's like 86 kilo, the same height as me. Like, he gained a lot of weight, but you know, muscle, because he works out. Well, we work out together. Smile, smile, mama. I'm not worried about maidens, chat. I just came out of a relationship. That's the last thing I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about myself and the stream right now. My priority is that right now. selfish. No maidens. No maidens by choice. Alright? That's where I'm at. Or rather, I mean, obviously, like, if someone comes along and you, like, fall in love with someone and shit like that, like, you're not gonna be like, yeah, no, my stream's more important, fuck you. But, like, I'm not actively, like, giving a fuck, you know? I mean, I just got out of a relationship, so a break from all this is nice. I've been in a relationship for 2 years. Subs Park. Oh, Silver Maiden. Fuck yeah. Alright, I think mine is almost ready. No, she's... I'm in Seoul for a while. Mr. T, I don't know what Mr. T is. Oh, we got some DMs in the group chat. Oh, Mr. T is up. Let's go, dude. The whole gang shebang is here. I mean, so. I mean, so. Mr. T is always the one that's really concerned about maidens, chat. He always wants a girlfriend. He's young, that's why. Here, Emily. When I was young, I was like that too. Then as you get older, you realize the shit that comes with it. And then you're like, not down to fucking rush into that shit. Yeah, he does, Neo. Man, true, partner. Maybe. For me, it's like I experienced it and I experienced multiple relationships now, so I'm like, I kind of know what I want. If I wanted anyone right now, kind of know what I'm looking for and shit like that. So like, I'm not in a rush, you know. From Nixon. So I watched Mr. T, I thought the guy was married. Why? Deathlord, how the fuck do you think I'm African? Hey Flower, how you doing? Guy with the whole continent. What happened when I missed? Breed of European. Dude, that is my favorite message, dude. What breed of European are you? What are we, fucking dogs, dude? What's up, mama? I'm good, how are you? Europeans are dogs that we breed. Hello, Kamo. Yamasina, Kamo. Yamasina, Kamo? Oh. Yeah, me neither. Money Hikari. Morning again. Today is a chill ass morning. I like doing this firing range sessions where we just talk in the first, like when I first start my stream. It's like just chatting, but I'm shooting. Just shooting, dude. Okay, that sounds wrong. Just shooting, baby. We're reinventing just chatting. Because we're actually doing something and we're not just chatting. We're just chatting plus something. Reinvented. Mercy. Old school COD commentaries. Damn, dubbed up. I've never killed Death either, so welcome. Now I own at Vampire Survivors, man. I'm the best at that game. Never killed that motherfucker though. Yeah, you can. On one map you can kill a Zellfish. You have to go pick up like an item on top right corner of library, I think, and then you get like the ability to kill him, and then if you kill him you get him as a playable character. Vampire Survivors kind of blew up. Yeah, that was because of me, man. I made that shit blow up. Oh, how are you? That was all me, man. All me, dude. I made that game. I was the first one to dominate it from this team, so therefore I made it. Man, they thought I was cheating. That's how good I was. What's up, IP? What's last say? Where are my teammates, bro? These motherfuckers really taking their sweet ass time. Back to bed. Yeah. I mean, now my teammate's coming any second now, Zon. Any second though. One's waking up, they're on shaving, so. Maid cafe is out of business. I'm trying to get away from the fucking maid cafe fucking outfit, dude. Today I fucking you guys want to hear something? I spoke to Towa and I said I'm probably gonna go to Japan this July, and the first thing she writes, "Oh, you're gonna go to maid cafes?" That's the first thing she asked me. You guys ruined my image. Will you do it though? I don't know, maybe. If it's like, I mean, I'm gonna go to Akihabara, so I might as well go fucking do everything in Akihabara. I wanna go to one of those pet cafes where you get to pet the cats. Okay, Ryan, like, okay, the whole go meet Towa bullshit, we're not gonna do that, chat. Go meet up with Towa, go do this, go do that. We're not gonna do that bullshit, chat. You guys know that's a fucking big no-no, so don't be saying that shit. Alright, see me. The talents in whole life are not allowed to reveal their real life personas, so. Even if there was a world in like the talent met someone, no one would be able to speak about it ever, so don't even ask those kind of questions, because the answer, you're not gonna get it. Yeah, it's like taboo to even ask about that shit. I mean, last time someone on my... This is how serious it is. Someone on my Twitter asked said that it was one of the casters from Japan. That asked like where. I asked a question on Twitter. Where can I go? You know, in Japan. Like when I was in Japan, what are some places to visit? And he said he's gonna take me out for drinks. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then he wrote below, I'm gonna invite Towa and Shibahal. And then Towa got so much fucking hate because of that one sentence. Like, you guys don't understand. I didn't even respond to that message, didn't even give it any attention. But that one message got so much fucking hate to Towa. So that's the kind of shit like you don't do. Obviously I like the caster. I don't mind him. I don't think he meant anything bad. Personally, I don't think he thought anything bad, but people instantly jumped on that shit and tagged Towa, saying shit like, you know, oh, you can just go on get some drinks with Towa, lol, she's that type of girl, blah blah blah, you know, like that type of shit, you know. So when it comes to like shit like, are you gonna meet Towa, are you gonna hang out with Towa and shit like that, the answer is no. None of this shit is gonna happen. And even if there was a fucking world in which she was allowed to meet someone, it would never be told online, because it would only bring her hate. So don't ask about that stuff. I don't want to bring her more hate, even by talking about it. Hololive members are idols. That's what you guys gotta understand. And idol culture is a lot different from what we're used to. This song is loud. Man, they fucked up his mic setup. Nice. Any Japanese? Yeah, I do. A little bit. Not much. Anyway, just know that Hololive talents are talents, online idols, and you don't want to bring them any hate by involving IRL shit. That's why I hope, you know, those kind of questions, we don't do that anymore. I'm gonna go to Japan, and I'm gonna meet a lot of people that are not Hololive talent. I'm gonna meet a lot of people, like other pro players and shit like that, for sure. I will meet up with people. But don't ask me if I'm gonna meet Towa, Matsuri, Roboko, and stuff like that. Or even Niji-sanji people. I'm gonna meet Connor probably in Japan. He said he wanted to grab beers. Yeah, we'll do some vlog in miso soup. Will there ever be a LAN in Japan? Yeah, if the pandemic goes away, yeah, there will be. But pandemic right now doesn't really make it easy. Gonna visit the countryside? I don't know. The two things I know I'm going for sure: Tokyo and Kyoto. Those are like confirmed that we're going. Like, we're gonna go to Kyoto because Will is from Kyoto. He lived in Kyoto, so he can like give us a really good tour. Yeah, we're going with the boys, of course. IRL streams. I'm trying to get an IRL backpack. I'm talking to the if you guys know Gunrun, he's like one of the CEOs of Shoujo, and he's also the creator of the IRL backpack. So I talked to him, and I'm probably gonna get one. But IRL streaming in Japan is gonna be hard. There's a lot of rules to follow. Man, they fucked up his audio setup. Nice. He unplugged his Go XLR, now it's not working. Well, no, Rosario, Connor told me not to ask for permission. I already asked Connor how to stream. He said, don't ask for permission. If they tell you that you can't, you leave. And then you just have to, if you're putting the VOD on YouTube, you just blur out people's faces. And you're good. But no one really blurs them out. No one has been punished for that. But realistically, you could be punished if you don't blur them out. But the first day I think I come, I'm gonna do a day without a stream. I just wanna like experience it. I'm really good with jet lag. I can adapt to myself to any fucking schedule real quick. If I have things to do, shit's easy. But yeah, we'll have setups there and we can like scrim and stuff there and stream probably. Yeah, we've never even seen our own fucking trophy, like the big one. I've never even seen it with my own eyes. Will we sleep in the same room? I don't know. That would be nothing unusual for us if we did. Onsen, there's just no way I'm getting into an onsen with my tattoo. And secondly, it's gonna be fucking July. You want me to go on an onsen? July? Are you crazy? You want me to fucking cook alive? Haru. Fuck no, I'm not gonna go on an onsen in July. You think I wanna go any hot water? Close to any hot water during July? Tattoos are banned. Well, some places allow them, but like I honestly don't want to go through the hassle of figuring out where I can go and where I can't, which onsen I can enter and which I can't. Yeah, I know, Luna, but personal room onsen isn't that fucking expensive to get. Yeah, I don't really care about the onsen that much, no cap. Don't care about it that much that I want to go look for one that allows tattoos and shit. Alright, let's see what the fuck is going on with my teammates. This guy's crying. Hello, Hoshita. Okay, my teammate managed to completely destroy his own audio, so that's pork chump. He's re-downloading drivers now. The Baron, dude. What a shit screen.
Shut the fuck up.
Ren, thank you for your power. Welcome. This is the only Pathfinder skin I don't have. Okay, fine. I'll fucking open it. Whatever, dude. I don't want to wear it. No, what? It's fucking ugly, dude. No, where's the one I like? This one, Burgundy Knight. Okay, and then we buy. How they changed? Yeah, 2 days ago. Monday, what's the problem? Monday's still lost in the sauce. What do we do, Chad? While teammates get on, is control. Yeah, we have to play pubs, right? Like, there's no control. Why did my music stop? Kombayo. Kombawa. Hajimemashite. Think control tap swing should be banned in Pro League. Depends on how they do it. If they do it properly, like in a legit way, then no. But if they're doing it without, like, with separate binds, then yeah. Like with shit that's outside the game. Macros, micro, and shit like that. What is that emote? Oh, dear. Dude, no one wants this 3 bench, bro. I'll take him. Alright. Now I know why no one wants them, dude. Now I know. Why is he lagging? Is he cheating? Is this really what's gonna happen first thing in the morning? I'm gonna run into a fucking pub cheater. He died. This little cheating little bastard died. Get dragged by a controller, Lamau. And this guy is on controller. Well, I report him, he's gonna get banned. Good start. Yeah, he's gonna be banned, don't worry. It's probably a booster that was leveling up an account. He needs to get to level 10 before he can start cheating. We just fucked up his entire fucking grind, bro, because we just banned him midway. He's not even gonna get to level 10, he's gonna get just permaban. You got the cheats but not the skills? True. Ooh. Antenna. It does horror bands or only IPs? They do everything. All kinds of bands. All kinds of bananas. Big. Ah! Stop trolling. What a, you're in fucking Narnia, dude. Really? We're playing scrims? We got a guy in this building, guy in that building. stupid. What's he doing? Come here, fat ass. Wait, I got no more arrows. Oh, never mind. Ow. The fuck? Look at this fucking fuse. Dude, the motherfucker does not know what he's doing. He's just jumping. The fuck is that bubble, bitch? Get off the controller. He shot me on red and he was like, nah, I think I'm good. Dude, okay, dude. Yeah, I get it, you got PK. You can shoot through the net. God. What do you think you know better than me? A person that put over, 6,000 hours in this game or what? No, you cannot. Punani Patriarch. I'm gonna save everyone's times here and just fucking get you out of here. Ugh. Save everyone's time. Just burn my own ass. Go type in shift chat, dude. Oh, a wingman and a wingman. No way he cancelled me. No way, bro. He fucking cancels me. I can't queue out. Fucking asshole, dude. Who plays Revenant in pubs? Like, that's the definition of fucking virginity, dude. Come on, attack up. Absolute zero maidens, another fucking guy. Good morning, babe bang. How you doing? I need to shave. I actually need to shave. I hate like when my beard gets to this like length, it gets like curly, and that's when it gets really annoying. So just irritating. What's up, Apple? Stop jumping like an idiot, dude. Another revenant, bro. Holy shit, bro. I should not have picked up. I wanted to. Grow a beard like Mr. T? No, that shit looks like fucking pain, dude.
I'm a guy. Thank you, whoever.
I don't like having a beard. I like having my beard really short, like very, very short. I feel like long beard is just a pain. Be an Asian then. Yeah, I'll just fucking reincarnate. I'll go isekai and choose the Asian. Next time I get the choice of choosing race, I'll choose Asian. You guys shut up. Alright, let me see. Is Manda still molding over audio? He's uninstalling his entire Go XLR. This guy is going through it all, man, right now. He's going through all the pain in the fucking world. Dude, audio problems? Talk about fucking Resident Sleeper. You know, Chad, I managed to get this mic that I'm talking to right now connected to my other PC, and then I had a problem with it because, so I had it on both PCs at the same time, and I had a problem because the audio was only in one ear. And I was changing cables, buying new cables, doing this, doing that. Like I was going through it all. The only thing I needed to do is go in Windows settings and change my audio from stereo to fucking mono, and it fixed it. Taka 100 bits retro. Yeah. But now I have a mic on my other PC because when I have VTube Studio, I'm gonna have like VTube Studio tracks with microphone and face tracking, so I needed to get my mic on the other PC, or otherwise my dual PC setup is useless. And for some rag, I'm gonna play with Tashin and Manda if Manda ever figures out his audio problem, you know. But yes. Dude, what is that boobly, bro? An archer does 2 damage? No, dude. No, dude. No, dude. I went for the swap and it's empty. What's up, Kura? Dude, that is Kring, dude. 2 fucking damage? 2 damage Kring? What is that? Zipid's green in my OBS chat, but he's blue in my other chat. Oh. Have you guys noticed one thing? I've noticed one thing, chat. In this past month, have you noticed that this past month everyone's viewership is basically halved? Pretty much everyone that I watched on Twitch has got half of their usual viewers. And it doesn't make sense that half of people would just disappear in a month. Right? Maybe uni, maybe work, but I think there's an issue with Twitch. I think there's a Twitch issue. Most are plus Elden Ring, that too maybe. I don't know, but I've noticed like for a while now, like even like my favorite streamers that I watch like in my off time after stream, all their viewership is like half. And I was like, what the fuck? Even like Vey and then like Coin69, who usually has 20k, is now 9k and shit like that. Can you try that? When you started, I guess. What, does uni start in February? Or is it January that it starts? Code is starting to slow down. True. Might be that people are just going back to work. I just noticed. I don't know. It's weird to me because like, how do fucking people just disappear like that, you know? Half of like, pretty much half of everyone's viewers just disappeared. I still think it must be like a Twitch problem. There's no way that many people just gone. My hands are getting colder as I'm playing more. Instead of it being the other way around. No maidens? Oh, cool. There was a guy on my left that I absolutely did not hear. Cool. What's up, Dreaming Tokyo? Different track and who's watching. What's up, pal? Yeah, I don't know. I think they did something. And I don't think all of those like were bots. I don't know. I refuse to believe that all of those were bots. I think there might be like an actual like issue with tracking viewers in itself. Twitch shadow changing stuff, they do that all the time. But if they've actually tinkered with the numbers, I think that's really bad for creators, because a lot of people, like, their mental health fucks up depending on their viewers. Yeah, but Fluxy, those guys should still be counted as viewers, in my opinion, because they're lurkers. Like, I open a stream and I just leave it there and I'll do a bunch of shit. Like, it's like having your TV on and then you're not really watching. You're just going around the house, but the TV is still on. It should still count as a viewer. Yeah, me too. When I'm watching streams, I'm in like either playing a single player game, or I'm doing something, or I'm talking to someone, like watching the stream. I'm never really like, yeah, okay, sometimes I'll watch the stream to watch the stream, but for the most part I'm just like doing something else. And if I don't count as a viewer because I'm doing something else, that shit ass. YouTube had the view problem a while back. Yeah, maybe. I think what Twitch did, they're probably experimenting with some shit, and then they accidentally fucked it up in the classic Twitch fashion. Fuck you, man. Fuck you and your fucking rampage. I don't like you. Fuck off. Fuck your ghost as well. I mean, he's literal 10 health, and I don't like this. Which is why. Oh yeah, there's a guy behind me? Oh, that would be sick if I fucking knew that. If you mute the streamer, it doesn't count you as a viewer. That is not confirmed, by the way. Ginichiro. It's not confirmed. The guy I reported, you know, the guy that killed me in pubs, banned. Yeah, the muting thing is not confirmed that it actually does that. That's just a speculation that people have. Yeah, Momo, but Monday's having audio issues. Vienna's gonna go live right now at 6 AM to beat the boss in Sekiro. She is going through it all, dude. Luna, I do feel like I hear more, and it's not like I have more. It's not like I have more audio. It's more like there's less shit going on in my fucking audio that I can actually focus on the important shit and not in my fucking character going, "Did you know the squad shooting us? I'm out of ammo," and shit like that, you know. Dude, do you have a fucking problem? Holy shit, pick a spot. Why did you think that was ever gonna work? I'm just gonna let you go. Forget about you. The nade man, bro. Push me now. I love when they're stupid, dude. Holy shit. Get some juice. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he tethered me, so he thought he had the upper hand. But I already hit him for like a fucking 100, so there's no upper hand he could have ever had with this little tether. Alright, mama, good luck in your damn lobbies. May God be with you. If God exists. May he fucking save your soul from the bullshit that you shall experience. God, if I had a lion mag, I'd kill all these motherfuckers. Give me your toes. Give me your toes. I want your toes. Did I or did I not just hear a motherfucker walk? Apparently I did.
Sex with them. Is that the Croatian fucking Jesus?
Mato, thank you for always appreciate you things so much. Thank you, Mato. Welcome, raiders. Welcome the. Is he shooting the dragon? Like, hello? Motherfucker, he is shooting the dragon. Thank you, Mato. My hands are so cold. Where'd I drop that boosted low? But yeah, thank you so much, Mato, for the host. Appreciate you. Welcome, everyone. Mato's stream. Hope your stream was good. Hope you had a good time. What is he, AFK in the brain? No maidens, dude? No, she's dead. Ayazar. Love her mannequin movement. That was a fucking octane. What? Fuck. Oh, 6 messages in the group chat. I think Manda has completely managed to fuck up his entire audio system. Show. Single-handed, one man against audio system. Manda won. or lost, depending how you like to look at it. That's how I'm looking at the fucking prowlers right now. Mato's moaning. Damn. Moaning while playing Apex? I would never. Huh? Watch from Japan, what's up? 112-62426. Man, get the fuck off my ass, man. Wait, what'd you drop? Drop anything good? No. The dog's movements make me think it's footsteps on my right, and then I'll do a little bit of molding. God, my fucking hand's so cold. Died untouched by female. Died without maiden. Died maidenless, man. Depressing. Look at them, dude. I wonder if they saw me. Yeah, they did. And they really want this dick. Look at his fucking tryhard, bro. Oh, they got shit on, dude. Let's go, baby. So, let's see. They got no maidens, so they got shit on. How? Like, I just want to know, like, what sense is he using? Like the 6th, 7th, 15th sense? I want that. How are you dodging without even looking? Wasn't there 2 knocks? Yazuka? Yazuka? Legit. I need to do the pee-pee right now, though. So I'll go do pee-pee. Be right back. Zuka, no balls? No maidens? No balls? I don't know if we're gonna play today, chat, cause yeah, I mean, my teammate broke his mixer or some shit. Yeah, he unplugged his mixer. I guess he fried it. I don't know what's going on. It just doesn't work. Trying to read what he's saying. Apparently the mixer works. He plugs it in and it lights up and everything, but he can't do it. Fuck, dude, don't fly and type, chat. Don't fly and type. I'm fucking one-clipping everyone, dude. Look at this, dude. The one-clip god. Dude, I'm running out of ammo. I can't one clip anymore. Never mind. Got more ammo now. Got hella more ammo. Big mistake, buddy. You got into my one. Alright! Doom Mango, the best Havoc player in the world. Holy shit. Motherfucker was ready. Error opening device. Dice DCP error DCP timeout. Error opening device. Huh? What is that? Does anyone in chat have Go XLR? Monday gets device error, error opening device, dice DCP error, DCP timeout. Time the sun goes down. My hands are so fucking cold. Shut the. I hate these drops, man. Like, where can I go? Fight night? America. Fuck yeah. Why? Why are you following me? Like, what do you have here? Come to Papa. I don't stop shooting. I don't stop shooting. Oh no, you raised the guy? But dude, why am I losing to Havocs, dude? What am I losing to Havocs? Every single time it's a fucking Havoc, dude. Is Havoc buffed? Do people not have to aim when they have a Havoc in their hands? Like, what's the point? Like, what's going on? I know how it has a nice hip fire, but like that's fucking too hard, dude. Like absolute bot with no skin on is just one clip in my ass. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Got that, John. Yeah, I feel like Havoc is like Havoc hipfire is like fucking actual aimbot. I don't know what it is with it. I mean, do I have fans? Like, hello? Can you leave me alone? He looked at his box and he was like, no, the box falling. I'm just not angry. There's nothing. There's too many. Too many enemy. I like how I died to Havoc twice and then they just give it to me. Like, it's like, ha, this is what you died to last round. Now you get it. I'm need a second. One, two, three, four, five, shot deep. You have a cute hemlock skin. Are there cute hemlock skins? The cat one? Huh? Huh? I don't know if I have it. The what? The what now? Pink one? Post champ? Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Anna, Nita, second. Am I literally getting 1v3 over here? Is this what it is? I found it. It's over now. No, Havoc. I can't fight a Havoc. It's too much. They got some ups in? Or what? They didn't get him up in. Aha! No, dude, why did they all swing the same side, bro? Fuck. You turn and shut me down. Love me. Love me. Love me. Huh? Because you should have grenade on the other side. I threw it on the middle, dude. Yeah, it's okay. You sound like a professional. Is this AC working? That's what's gonna fix me, man. Love me. Ooh, where do we go? Where are we going? Where are we going on this one? Fight me? Love me, love me, love me. Is it Kaizen? How we doing? Huh? You guys not on the same team? Dude. Fucking pussy, dude. Your mom, so fat, so undetected. Couldn't even detect her how fat she was. Holy shit. Can't even get a fucking outline over her, bro. She was way too fucking fat. How deep is that corner? Holy shit, man. It's the deepest corner in Narnia, dude. It's deeper than the fucking closet. Wonder if Manda finally fixed this fucking audio. I can't believe we have dad jokes. Just fucking a dad joke, command. Like, you make one fucking joke, dude. Love me, love me, love me. Hey Merkless, I'm good, how are you? Okay. Hands cold. Enemies plenty. Jackpot acquired. Game cannot. Going great. Where did that PK shot, a full-blown PK shot in his head go? Where? Which world did that bullet enter? Which dimension did it go through? Like, I don't understand. It's on his forehead. Never gonna see me cry. My eyes itchy again. Not this shit again, man. Not this shit again, man. Tea time. Man, I was gonna say tea time with Byron, and I got depressed as soon as I said Byron, man. Cool, I'm glad you got that. I'm glad. I'm glad this is real life. I'm glad this is real life and this is not a simulation. I'm glad. Fucking bitch. My hands, they colding. My hands cold. At least I have my Twitch socks. You see? The Twitch socks are feet pics. Okay, then stop. The Twitch socks are warm. They're nice. They're nice and thick. thick boy. The nice thick boy. Morning apricot. The Korean streamer. Can I sniff them? And if you do, you have the power of sniffing through the monitor, then go ahead. Just so you know, they're freshly worn, so they smell. What they smell of? Let me see. They smell of like detergent. What is it called? Detergent? I don't know. Like the shit you put in your when you wash your clothes, you know. So ABC. Almost thought Frug. Hey Frug. I got P20 and P20. My life is a joke, honestly. Okay. 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 Oh, let me get in on that. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. OMG. Let me get in there. Let me get involved. Okay, 0. Alright, his mom fat. How did I not hit him? How am I not hitting him? What? Dude, don't use the RE, chat. Do not fucking use the RE. That shit fucking ass. Do not fucking use that piece of fucking shit, man. I'm never pick. Next time I see a gold RE, I'm throwing that bitch off the fucking planet. Holy shit. That shit ass. I'm aiming straight at him, bro. What is the centering of that fucking DT? Ranked, dropped. I want to say yes, man, because I've been waiting on my teammates for 2 hours because he broke his fucking Go XLR. But I don't know. Let me see. I'm asking my team right now, drop. Amanda broke his entire audio system today, so. Ohio Gilter. Hey, Bello. I'm waiting for an answer from the man himself. Oh my god, I just surfed off his head. What? Oh shit. Oh I was friendly, you bitch. Zip it gets rolled, but when Zip it asked, I thought we were actually gonna play with the team, but now I don't know if we're gonna play. What's up, Takashiro? I don't know, man. He's not answering. Do you even miss me at all? I'm good, just. Can I answer? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. Bro, chin chin. Okay, Kanye. I'm glad you know what the male reproductive system is. I'm glad you're aware of the male reproductive system. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my teammate. Miss me at all. Hey, Divine. Hey, Erika, 5 months. Welcome back.
Erika01567 just resubscribed for 5 months. Thank you for streaming 2020 Rivalry.
Of course. Of course. And I will be streaming forever until I'm an old man, which is right now, so I'm looking. Ah, you called your teammates, nice. Dude, how organized do we have to be for one person, dude? How organized do we have to be to fight one person in a pub? Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man. I forgot to sign up for LGS in public matches. What's up, Adri? Hey, Afafa. Afafa boy. Afafa. Good. They're so try hard, man. Like, I'm alone, man. Just fight me 1v1. You can use hold aim in Apex after 2 years. That's how it comes by default. Vadr. Hey, Inception, you get out of here. Just toggle by default? Really? I don't remember putting hold on ever. Maybe I changed it like when the game came out and forgot about it. But I mean, I play all my video game, all the FPS shooters on hold. You're just faster, but it's on hold. Come on, Jesu. Ahoy!
Hi.
You're just faster. You react faster when you're on hold. Any call-ups today? I don't know if Fruit and Zen wanna play later. But tomorrow we have Bao and Monarch. Then next week we have Vox and Mista. Next Thursday. Zuka, I'ma need you to provide a thumbnail, okay? I know you're listening. Mista's not. I've never seen Vox play Apex, but Mista's not that bad. I'm fucking terrible. I'm actually the worst. Wasn't there a Bangalore or what? How did he turn? How did the Bangalore turn into a fucking Octane? You paying for that? Yeah. I played Overwatch Mountain before. Yeah, but Apex is a different kind of demon, you know. Apex is a different type. Different type of beast. Yeah, we got I gotta do so tomorrow very late. Tomorrow's gonna be very late for you guys when Bao and Monarch collab happens. Watch what? Saj. Any hours from your collabs? Yeah, they're really late for you guys. Hey, at least the debut is gonna be like at 11 in the morning for you guys. Listen, but just because I stream once at 11 AM GST for the debut, don't think I'll stream like that every day, man. I will not be streaming at 3 AM. This is just literally gonna be just for reach. Just for reach. Bitch. What are you doing? Two headshot. What are you gonna do, man? Oh! Nine? Nope. What? When's your birthday, Vader? 9 bullets. And gone. Should have shot the lifeline. April the 3rd? No, it will not be then. Will not be by then. Dude, holy shit, I don't expect him to do that. I expect my debut to be last week of April. I say I expect my debut to be last week of April or first week of May. So when I'm talking about like end of the April. Using women to solo queue ranked. Thought 23rd was last week of April. No, but you're not understanding. Like, I'm talking if it's first week of May or last week of April, it's not gonna be start of that week. It's gonna be like the end of that week, you know. So like more likely going to be like 30th or something, depending on when the man. Fuck you, bitch. No problem with me. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm fat. No, my dad's not fixed his shit, and probably won't fix it today, honestly, with the way things are going. Every move that I make. So, like, depending on when the weekend is, this is what I'm thinking for the debut. Okay, let's see. Dude, it's already March, so the debut could already be next month. Dude, holy shit, time flew. Okay, so April. So, possibility of the debut is either 30th of April or 1st of April or 7th of May or 8th of May, right? Those two weekends. We don't know yet, but it really just depends on Kefi. So I'm gonna ask. Cafe real quick. One second, I'm DMing Cafe real quick. Okay. Can the model do what face? I don't know what the model will do, because I'm guessing we're gonna decide what the model will do when we get to the rigging. Which we're not there yet, because Lamb still needs to provide all the stuff, starting like in a couple of weeks. That was the quickest wipe of fucking 2023. I'm thinking of having like a face of like disgust. I want a face of disgust so I can look at you guys in disgust every single time you do say something stupid or do something stupid. Like, yeah, like. What the fuck? Who clicks Q instantly? I mean, what are you playing? Fucking parkour? Are we gonna fight or are we gonna run? Woo! No way, dude. 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 in the face. 7 7. Seven. Put up. Yes, 7 guys, 7,777,777,777 quintillion 7 billion gazillion fucking nothing. Peace out, office. Thanks for watching. I have the aimbot. Come here. Come here. Power. Unlimited power. I mean, yeah, this gun is like aimbot in the whole part. This is ridiculous. The amount of headshots I just hit. Alright, let's see. Where's dropped? It's dropped already? Let's see. Dropped is full. He got someone else? What is his name? You already got one. Alright. We're fine. Back to pubs. Back to public matches. Man, I don't know what to do. He fucking asked me, then someone left, and someone asked me again. Go do a ranked road to 10k pred. Look at this. Road to 10k pred. First time ever seen.
Good morning, chat.
Good morning. First time ever seen. Malatin, good morning, 100 bits. First time ever seen road to 10,000 RP. Let's fucking go. Then I'm way closer than you. I'm in goats, by the way. I'm way closer to you than to 10k than you are.
Bruh, you're
Wait, did you talk in game? Yeah, oh, never mind. Maybe my brain just lagged.
Yo, how you doing, bro?
Doing good. What the fuck did Manda do, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, unlucky for Manny today. Damn. XLR malaria, something not going well.
Hopefully he didn't break it, because he said he unplugged it. And then,
Dude, I hope the best, man. I watched for him a little bit. Everything is confusing. Everyone says the same shit. It's impossible now.
yeah. I hate mixer problems. I sit on YouTube and watch like 25 different videos, and then none of them work, and then I end up fixing it myself somehow, randomly, getting lucky.
I need to get a mixer also. I have voice meter only.
I have voice meter as well, even though I have mixer.
Yeah, you use it, I know.
Because it's easier to send audio, I don't know.
But there must be a way where you just have maybe one mixer and you find everything is like, you have no headache anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Must be
what
out there,
Mande
bro.
has with GoXLR.
Yeah, he's not using voice meter at all, right?
Yeah, I think the way he has it is just like
But he's
straight
still
up.
on isn't he still on one PC?
Yeah, but he's gonna be on 2PC with GoXLR without voice meter. Because Mendes helping him. I mean, I could probably figure out my setup and how to do it, and like get some more cables and figure it out. But like, I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't want to, man.
Dude, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it after I get that PC. So I'm only gonna have Apex on it, only Steam and Apex,
Yeah.
and then everything on my streaming PC, setting up everything.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the way my my setup is right now, and I don't wanna like
Bro,
fuck up
Yikers.
my like. I don't wanna learn a whole new audio setup. That's so annoying. Learning it all over again from zero. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not doing it myself. That's for sure, bro. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Alright. Let's go to 10k, dude.
Yes, sir. Easy cup.
Oh, I'm so sore from all working out, but I like it when I'm
same.
sore.
My arm, bro. My arms, everything hurt. Everything hurt. I'm playing now Sentinel, okay? I'm flick shotting.
My whole
I don't
body
care.
hurts.
I
but
like the pain, bro.
I like it because that means I'm doing something good. If I'm getting sore.
Yeah.
Let's go here. Young Larry, dude. On Twitch, dude. Twitch.tv/Young Larry.
The man. The myth. The legend, bro.
Someone's fucking late landing when I saw solo. Oh, nope. 3 men.
No gun. Any gun?
One in here. There's 2 in here. And then... Where's the other one? There's a blue armor here. Yeah, he just took that blue armor there.
Yeah, okay.
What is he running? Why is he going there?
Oh, I have a bow. Win a bow for me.
Yeah, he's running.
The fuck?
I don't know, but there's still a guy here, I think. No, they fucking left? What? I am confusion.
Yeah, I think they're gonna just loot over there. You wanna take the zip
Shut the
up?
fuck up!
Yeah, we can try.
away or what?
Yes,
Yeah.
but we go follow them and we kill them. Frankie, thank you for the prime welcome.
Dude, yesterday was so fun, Ray.
Machine was good.
Just pop. Oh, hello. Gentlemen.
Kennst du mich noch?
Not really, bro. I don't know. Presley.
Egal, passt.
Young Larry, oof.
Where the fuck are these bitches, man?
Red Pain, ooh.
Did they go below?
I think they loot below, bro. Oh, no. Stairs.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Yeah, stairs and below.
Purple bag here.
This guy just yoinked
White
the...
shield.
I'm taking that quick.
Really? Wasn't it someone close?
One is people. Young Larry, bro.
Okay, let's go. Oh, they're pushing him. Cracked him. Is that a third party or what is that?
I don't know, I couldn't see.
I don't think it's a third party. No, it's teammates.
Hehehe, bow gamer. Style. Hehehe.
You mismanned it too much, so you start using bow.
Yeah, bro. Of course.
Just
Bow
so I
made
can,
for Mandy.
so I can think that he's close to us.
Today is not his day, man.
Dude, I can imagine how mad he is, because I would be fucking pissed. Having
He
audio
must be
problems is
fucking
the
mad right
worst.
now. Yeah, I hate it.
I know when I have like even a little bit of an audio problem, I'm insta-mauled. Somehow I get really lucky with figuring it out though.
Bro, I start my PC one day, everything is just reset, voice meter, nothing in there.
Yeah, that's fucking... Oh no, I'm lagging. Are you lagging? Is server lagging?
Yeah.
Nice.
First game of the day, bro. That's great.
Someone did us this shit.
Someone is not having fun.
Yeah, someone did us.
Someone's mom is fat in this lobby, bro.
Holy
Holy shit.
shit,
RPR style it.
Actually fat moms. Actual fat moms in the area.
Enemy.
It's probably the guy we killed,
He's
bro.
so mad. He's so mad for his molding.
Alright, butter. Good luck on your water editing. Feeling really good right now. I'll be there now. Oh, he killed him? Nice. I'll be there in an hour.
Good.
Yeah. Just a little bit more, dude, and I'm almost there. Oh, the box. Some heavy ammo. Is that a car next to us? In
I don't know
Hydra?
what's going on. I don't know what's going on. You wanna fly up?
Wait. In front of us. 3 dudes.
Holy. Yo,
They
don't
look
go
normal,
close.
dude.
Don't go that close, bro. Scary.
I can't do anything.
Yeah, should. Yeah, exactly, bro. Chill over there. Oh yeah, baby, scan that shit.
1 second. They're running, I think.
I wanna get
Yeah,
RP.
they are. They're running all the way.
60 on right?
How can they run? $41 purple on one. Right?
Wanna fly?
Dude, I don't know. Just I don't know what's going on.
Look at this.
2 teams, yeah. Fucking DDoSers, man. Look how slow we're flying, dude.
Almost there, bro.
I might hit this
I'm gonna
beacon,
scan
dude.
beacon.
Oh, you're here scanning? Okay.
Oh, hit double, bro.
You're faster than me anyway. Yeah, someone definitely did us in this server because this server was absolutely fine, and then we killed someone, and then 90 ping maximum
Someone
pagamos.
is wall ulting also, bro.
The only way to move is to wall ult, dude.
How am I gonna hit that? Is it even possible?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go zone. We should just go camp.
I'm gonna kill one over here. That's for sure. 60?
If they did this, does it affect them as well? They can make it so it doesn't affect them and only affects us.
That's cool. That's a nice feature to have, bro. I wish I had that one.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, yeah. Young Larry's gone.
Was it young Larry that was fucking lagging the whole server?
He answered the game again.
Oh, he's back.
Holy shit, how... Did he just fix the server?
I don't know, man. Let's just go.
Nice. I have it again.
Feels good. I can move finally. Someone ran out of money, couldn't do us anymore.
Premium updated now. Renew the sub, bro.
Larry restarted the server. Yeah, dude. He started his game and the server at the same time. He's connected to the mainframe. I built some bats, I think. Oh, laggy again?
Jinxed
I hope
it, bro.
not.
It's better than
Better
before.
second crop for you.
I'm good, I'm good.
Enemies.
Oh yeah.
Time to kill.
They're close.
Kill this Bloodhound, close. Bloodhound hit 90. Oh shit.
I'm missing every shot right now.
Fuck. He's right here, he's cracked. There.
I played so bad.
Nice shot.
Fuck,
Man, I thought we could kill him. He was close to him.
My
Unlucky.
Sentinel didn't hit a single fucking shot with that scope. 3 times.
I got beamed. They had a fucking flatline in the back, bro. When I picked her, I just got beamed. What's up, Suga? Dum 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 dum. Gee, I wonder where Manda is. Manda is having sex with his Go XLR.
He's having.
He's gonna have
bad day
audio
right now.
babies. Yeah, that when I get fucking audio problems, I'm mad the entire day. Even if I fix it instantly, I'm still mad the entire day.
Look, he needs to fix it now and then get on. It's even worse for him.
Yeah. Like if I was him, I would fix it and I would not get on. I would go back
Yeah,
to
I
fucking
know.
bed or something, and then go back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Yeah.
He will probably even pull out the 8 hours after that. You know.
What's up, young lady?
That's crazy, man.
Dude, I'm gonna go see if there's food being made. Bear back 1 sec.
Alright, good luck, bro.
I'm back. Sigma,
Welcome
come
back.
on.
You got food, bro?
No,
You juiced up?
I
No?
only got a snack. There's no food being made.
At
I'm
least
just-
snack. The little snack is good.
Yeah, mom's not home yet.
Oh, not okay.
And I ate pudding so to keep myself alive. I had some pudding.
I didn't eat at all. Only water right now.
Maggie sucks. I agree with that. No food. Yeah, they don't feed me, man. It's whatever.
It's
Whatever.
don't need, huh?
They don't feed me, man. They just let me beat it. Gotta eat to get swole from working out. I eat way too much protein. I'm good. I ate so much rice and chicken.
Oh yeah, that's me too. Rice and chicken is bro.
Dude,
Best.
Dude, mix it up with some cayenne pepper every now and then. The chicken, dude. You're gonna thank me later. It's a little bit spicy, but the taste is so much different.
Do we go here? Back to lobby or what? That is Diff?
I just saw two teams literally go for it, so...
Diff, is that you?
Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
Fuck you.
What's up, man?
Bro, you rolled me yesterday, bro. I saw your name way too many times yesterday.
Want him.
Bro, RPI was trolling that one game.
Yeah, you were healing under him. I was mad that game.
Trolling hard.
Dude, I couldn't see him. I could not see
right
you.
below you. How
Somebody
you?
told you to jump, and you never jump.
Oh no.
I have Kraber, bro. I was.
Legit 10 health under there or some shit.
Yeah, and I looked straight below me, and I said nothing. Where the fuck did he go? And
I
then
was hiding under the fucking green thing.
that's cringe, bro. You're cringe for that.
Okay, boys, we roll. Win. Oh, I got perp. There's a blue on me. In the open though.
Fuck, man. 2 sniper mags?
Good.
What is that guy smoke? Holy fuck.
I don't even see him, bro. Just chill in the building, cracking.
He's on the right there, where respawn beacon.
One on the building, on the roof. Yeah, wingman here.
I'm getting our roof, man. 2 on the roof on the left. I hit 100 on Ash.
Okay, we push right now. We push right, he's alone, right?
Octane is 10 down.
2 are on the roof.
No one on the roof.
Inside. Do I play wingman? Ooh, 301. I can't figure it out.
Have a Phoenix? Maybe?
Nope.
I don't. How about I play both wingman and 301?
Yeah, I'm playing R9 card. I'm hard chilling. I'm a controller and on the
Fuck a shotgun, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck a shotgun.
Yeah, fuck that, bro.
Shotgun for bitches.
So easier playing double spray. So much easier to play.
I have wingman
You don't
for
whiff that much.
to feel better, and then I have 301 to just smack everyone. How do I do that? I always purple Marvin. You hit it on white. When you see white, you press E and boom. Right here, right here. They're looking at you. White armor. White armors.
No, he's fucking shitting on me. I hit a huge nade, huge.
I got 1 cell.
I'm fucking 1 HP.
Oh no.
I have a sentinel.
Oh, are you serious?
How many do they have, dude? They're looking at you.
All
You're
of
good,
them.
you're good, you're good. They're pushing over, they're pushing over. Pushing close.
Bang.
Only Bang is close below the little bridge, Tashin. If you swing bottom right, you can get an angle.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
never mind.
healing though.
Okay.
Made this really low.
Jesus
I
Christ.
got no heals.
They're pushing me.
Straight up.
I think someone's cheating there. I swear to fucking God.
Oh yeah, they're
Third
cheating,
party.
man. They're cheating.
Yeah, someone's cheating here. I don't know. Plat players, by the way.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, I think it's the Pathfinder with the Sentinel, right?
Hamler. Pathfinder.
He did not miss a single sentinel shot.
He just fucking hit me 3 times headshot in a second.
And that rate also with the fucking... Yeah, they know exactly where to go as well.
Fucking cheater, bro. Fucking cheater, mate. Watch his ass. If he runs straight to enemies.
I want to see this pattern, bro. Look at him.
Packet lost gamer. Motherfucker, dude. Contact me. Oh yeah.
He does not look.
That was bad as well.
He's shooting through smoke.
Yeah. Trying his best. Talented.
I'm gonna report him. Yeah, bro, I'm reporting this kid. I'm reporting. I saw enough. That grapple told me everything. Yeah, dude.
That could be me with the sentinel, dude.
Does not miss a headshot with a sentinel, but can't grapple 5 centimeters in front of him. Reported.
That's me too, bro. That's me, bro.
Bro, I don't know.
Pathfinder main.
That guy was 100% used and abusing. Something is being used and abused.
Packet lost gamer.
Couldn't get it. Oh no.
Did you send him?
Yeah, I sent him.
Alright, let's go next.
Did you see him just a headshot every fucking one?
He's just better.
Oh man. It's just different, guys. And you guys are just jealous, man, because he's better than you guys. Yeah, he might not have the movement, but he's got the aim. It's the only thing that matters. In chat, you guys are just mold because you don't have that kind of aim. You don't have that kind of capabilities that he does.
We're just not confident enough like that guy. He just hits every shot. He peeks every corner.
And it's like instant, you know. It's not like he doesn't think about it. He just goes there and he fucking fucks.
He always fucks.
He'll get better with the movement, you know, with time. But at least he's got the aim on point.
I don't understand how he can have
Hey,
fun.
JD. Yeah, I don't know. How can it be fun to cheat in a video game?
You cheat once, you get banned, and you do it again. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, I don't know. And his account is like, I guess it could be new, but it doesn't look new. Ba-da-da-da-da. We're good, JD. Is that his account? Maybe. I don't know. designer clothes. Grinding aim lives, man. That guy's only grinding aim lives. Like I feel like if he didn't have his keyboard connected, the result and the outcome of the game would be the same. Oh yeah, today I played first game. I played a pub. After like when I started my stream, first game, first person that died to level 6 Pathfinder and cheating in pubs. Fucking aimbotting. Reported him. He got banned.
Bro. Why in pubs?
Yeah, I don't know.
He needs to get level 10 to rank.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get level 10. But now I fucked him up and I fucked up his account before he got level 10. So now he has to do it all over again.
Hopefully he got mad and stopped it.
I don't think so, man.
No way, bro.
Those fucking weirdos did.
He's probably a really weird guy. He's probably like, oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Now I'm level 1 again. That's so fun.
Wow, dude, I'm doing so good.
Wow, that's actually so good now. Maybe I can open more packs without wasting money. So dumb guy, dude. Just weird.
Stuck in the Abyss, 1 million views in 4 days. Holy shit. Klaj. 1 mil for 4 days. That's crazy. Is that the fastest it's ever been? 1 mil for the ninja waves. I'm be real with you. Blackout is still the best one. I don't really care what anyone says. Blackout's their best song. DCL is best one? No, I don't think so.
Goodbye, Daddy. Gotta go to work. Frown.
Yo, Martin, good luck at work. Thank you for 100 biddy. 100 biddy. Wait, Hope in the Dark is 5 million. Damn. Blackout's almost 3 million. Diamond City Light is 2 mil, and now this one. God Sees All is almost 2 mil, and this one already hit 1 mil. I'm not saying Diamond City Light is bad, but I just think Blackout's better. Blackout's the best song in my opinion. I'm not saying any of them are bad, it's just Blackout's my favorite.
Yo.
Alright, where do we go?
Finally in game. You choose dog shit.
Yeah, it is.
You really took my Valkyrie?
Icon. Yeah, he really did that shit, man.
Really did it.
Little fucking asshole. Oh, look at this guy. He's solo on me.
It's all you. I'm on this building. I'm right.
I cracked him. Cracked the Pathfinder. Our teammate knocked one.
Huge shit. On him, on roof.
Cracked the raid. Cracked the Pathfinder.
Half dead.
Raid's on the backside. She was hit 77. She on top? Dude, she's on top and it sounds like she's like on the bottom. Like I don't understand.
Thanks, Leslie.
Not worth. Yeah, that guy, that Pathfinder saw me pick up a gold PK and he just grappled out. Dude. He was fucking gone.
That guy's mad, dude. He died. He just shot his ass, that's all.
I took it out of his hands.
What's better?
Evening, GB. Blackout? I don't know what Blackout talks about, but I'm just saying the song in itself, for me, is like my favorite out of all of them. And I've heard all of them. Not saying that any of them are bad, but I'm allowed to have a favorite, right? Blackout just fits my taste the most.
Oh yeah. Go here. Let's go here and roll.
Yeah, I just gotta grab the heavy mag and I'm good. Also could use a bag.
Oh, they're fighting. I'm going, bro. See ya.
Jenny's going up and up in influence. Well, yeah, they're tapping in the market, you know. Like, Nijin really did a good job with targeting male EN VTubers. Like, the fact that there's not any like male EN VTubers that are big, and then a company releases a couple waves in it, like, boom, it's guaranteed success if they do it properly. I think it's smart. Like, other than the two waves of Nijin boys, like, you have Shoto and a couple more indies, that's about it. And then obviously I'm gonna debut soon, and then Neon Beat, and then Sleep is gonna, I think, debut as well. But there's not that many, you know. They're below,
They're
right?
below me. Yeah. I'm
right
waiting
here.
on zip.
They're coming on this zip on me.
Okay.
They scanned me.
I heard one on my side.
They came up here. They're pushing. 45 purple on one. I need to get out a little
Let's
bit.
go back. Let's go back.
Our teammate might die though.
I'm holding him.
Oh yeah, Rusty GG as well, yeah.
On me. On me, bro.
That's a solo. Or that's a new team maybe.
That's the fucking new team. I'm getting roof, okay?
Yeah, can you can also
Oh
come
shit!
first. You can ult to me if you want. You're fucking nice.
First time, please. First time.
I'm not with you, that's it.
Made it.
I'm batting. They're both on the bottom, both purple armors. Don't push, don't push. Teammate's dead. It's one guy below there.
Go balcony. I'm going balcony.
Yeah, we have to. Why did he do that, man? He just needs to chill. Yeah, I've seen Booby Debbie. I watched it.
First can go.
Oh, they red.
No, but stop. Just go back. Two back. You have to. They're all three up, bro.
All three? No, one is full. One is full.
GB1. No, they're all up free.
Okay, I got a full here.
Can you die, bro? The fuck?
Are they? Is it only one guy down there now?
No, bro, it's all three.
No, but like one guy only down there, you know what I mean?
Really? Is it? Oh, no, I saw three, man.
You think they're all three hiding behind there?
Yeah,
now?
bro. Yeah, you have an ace?
No, but I'm breaking their fucking ult.
I can hold it on the roof, and then we jump off for both sides.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go. I'm jumping this side.
I don't see anything.
Lying, motherfucker.
Knock the Gibby.
Below you. He's still below you. You have mats? Heal up. Climbing up. Nice. Oh, banner. Banner first.
I might die.
Shit. No, you're fine. I have side rest, bro. I'm side rest.
Okay, good. Thank God you have.
Oh, you want to stick?
I can stick if you want. We don't want to waste it.
Do it. Stick.
Woo! Thank God.
You should. Getting cold, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm feeling that.
No.
Go back here. I should have fucking picked that up first.
Almost go.
Oh my God, they're juiced.
Holy shit.
It's not okay, but you gotta keep the team morale up, you know. Ah, fuck no, dude. New team. I might be dead here. You need to open the door.
Come inside. Is this open?
We need to go down. We need to go down.
Oh, fuck.
Come down if you can, Tashin.
I shot him. I'm shooting on him. I'm down.
We should go on the other side now. Let him loot and then go on the other side. Cross on the other side when you're done looting. Is he following us?
Nah, he looting, bro. He going.
No, like the enemy, the bloodhound.
Nope.
Why does this keep happening? We hit our heads now. Did they change the zipline?
I need to craft medkits.
Are they gone? Okay, booster gone. Why would they fucking push us here? Look how far from the zone we are.
I only have one heat shield.
I got heat shields, don't worry.
We could go soon, though.
Yeah, I have heat shields for the car. I need to take the car.
Yeah.
Just need to bring the car. Where's the car? It's right here. Get out of it so I can put it. I'm like dragging you with the heat shield. Let me get out here. Nice job.
Nine seconds ago. Oh, you can see on the top right. Do you see the seconds on the top
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I do. Niners.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's been like that since forever.
Really?
Yeah.
I am blind.
Well, I guess when you play Ash, you don't really look at it because you're kind of like
30
looking
seconds.
at the map.
Yeah.
So it's good that your teammates can see it. Helps a lot.
Are we running the wrong? No, we're running the right.
I just want to run this side because I feel like Hammond side up the hill, man. That was if we get stuck there, like
True.
cringe and fucking plus all plus ratio, dude. Also,
Oh, come with me, come with me.
You-
Got a portal, just we are faster. Fuck it. Oh yeah, this guy has no idea.
ooh, that guy's dead, right?
This
If you
guy
tether
doesn't
him, I
know-
kill him.
This guy, look, this guy has no idea, bro.
I missed. I mean, I'm a disgrace for a wingman player.
I had no sight. I had no fucking sight.
I have a sight. I'm just a disgrace. Did he die? I think he died to someone else, no?
No, they're still here.
Very cracked. It's like multiple teams.
Half,
I'm
crack.
batting.
I'm low.
Careful. We're all low.
Batting.
This race headshot. Tractor. 50 flash
Half on
on
the
her.
right.
On our left. On our left.
I need the medkit. I'm one.
This guy's alone here. This Loba.
Be careful, the pathfinder behind you, man. Come
Okay,
come
pull back.
I'm full healing. Almost full.
I'm
5
pinning
seconds.
Sing. We should kind of get out of here. A little bit.
I don't
Maybe
have
two.
power. We fight.
I have port. But it's two teams. Yeah, we're getting flanked hard. Fuck, man. Give me a shield. Fuck.
Come out of sight. Coming out. I'm coming.
To the... Where's the third party? Now they're all dead to the third party because they forced this fight. Like, how stupid are they? Look at him. Well, like, what are you achieving now?
Go again.
So dumb, dude. Holy shit. I'm starting to hate the fucking red dot on the wingman. Like straight hating it. Like I don't like it anymore.
I like both.
There's moments when there's moments that are good with the red dot, but I feel like I would do way better overall without the red dot. Like with no sight. Cause on
But
high sense.
you always played no irons, like on iron side only.
How is this high sense coming? Yeah, I always play with no red dot usually. Yeah. 1.4 is not high, Kami. You're smoking dick, dude. Holy shit. That's medium.
Bro, should we try NA?
We can, yeah.
Like, the 9 place doesn't sound well.
Let me try. Hunter high. Right, and where are you? Oh, hi, Omera.
Insta Q. Look at this.
I hope.
Well.
Nice. Truth. think you're really cool. Diamond 2, at least he's on Bloodhound, so...
Bro, I low-key wanna play always 3x scopes or 2 to 4x scopes on guns. I never do it, never.
2 to 4?
Always red dot, yeah. 2 to 4, 3x scopes. Playing after you one.
Oh, like,
flatline.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot, like, 301 and shit recently, just because I don't know. Because I felt like it. They're all in the other building.
So broken.
Yeah, it is.
You have to play scopes.
Blue arm down here?
The other side right now.
And they're on the balcony as well.
Really? Can I get the blue? Fuck it, I'm not.
I think you can.
Nah. I'm healing.
Yamatas high.
No way.
White armor on the Bloba. Guy right in front of me here.
There are 2 crack below. We can push this up right.
Okay.
2 crack on white.
I'm going. 1 down. 2 down. Above me. White armor crack. Nice. Good push.
3. Go.
Oh, fucking gold hog. Why are they not streaming today? He's got issues with his mixer.
He will get online until he fixes it. He's on ASAP.
Yeah, when he fixes it. If he fixes it, we'll see, I guess.
We believe. Chat believes, we believe.
Believers.
It's Manny, bro. He always
yeah,
figures
it's
it
just
out.
audio issues are so random. People here. People on top. Scan. Ball cracked on roof.
Careful, Nate.
You dropped on the left somewhere.
Yeah, he jumped.
They're running. Or what is this?
They just...
Life on purple crack. Life on crack. On me, I need help.
See that guy, bro?
Nice, he's dead. You have a medkit by any chance? Life on crack. Nice. This guy was cracked, he popped a bat.
Ah!
Okay, I did not get any KP, but I don't care. I'm alive. Still matters.
Exactly, my man. Purple balls for the juice.
I don't have anything to juice with.
I need to craft arrows and shit.
Slow healing time. Feeling like Imperial Hall, I'm running 301 Hall, dude.
He plays Rampage.
He plays Rampage now? What?
No. Okay, lately he plays fucking Wingman PK. Crazy.
He's my biggest fan, dude. My biggest fan, dude. I keep telling everyone. No one believes me. Gotta book some bats real quick. and I'm good to go. Oh, he choked. Did you whiff the first one?
I think so. I'm not. Me, I didn't. I don't believe myself.
Oh, you didn't? No.
Double hit kill, baby.
www. Someone aimed at us from behind,
Hopefully
I think.
not in front of us.
No, it's from behind. Oh,
Oh,
bad.
leave.
Below?
I'm jumping on him.
Multiple, 3. I'm gonna go back, pop bat, door crack.
Fucking third party.
Where?
In front of us, bro.
You already killed him?
Yeah,
Go
I
back.
killed him. We can wipe that though. I fucking frag him out.
Yeah.
Devil behind actually.
No, I just did that to myself.
Are they still there?
Yeah. We can take my port back.
Yeah. Do it.
Take the port. Get the back in the car. In zone. I don't like when people bunker up like that. Hi, Jarizo. Jarizo.
I don't like it. I hate this hill so much.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for boost.
And they're there. I jumped out.
See? Yeah, jump. There's a guy in this fucking room.
I'm with you.
You're running.
We should follow him.
Yeah, I'm down.
Come, blow down. Great, tracked, really hard. Yes. Unlucky for him, dude. That was really unlucky for him, dude.
Dude, it really was damaged then.
We should go take the balloon.
He was just riding in that building and I come in, he runs away. No. He's still over there.
Yeah, they think we're just gonna come out or what?
Fuck. Oh, you remember this zone?
Fuck, man.
Almost
Yeah.
clutched that, but
That's
if
the
that
one
guy
you-
didn't have a crabber.
The one you were farming in.
If this guy didn't have a crabber, I had the balls to push them. Okay.
True. I mean,
Always
you
the
almost fucking
Kraber.
killed them then, honestly. Oh, there's the people there. On the wall.
Wanna walk good on that building?
We can, yeah. If you have alcohol,
Oh shit,
why not?
this team looking.
We can walk here.
Yeah, I do.
There's cover here. Come here, blood, and we go walk.
Hashtag
grab
pause.
some.
What is this?
Grab some energy real quick. Boop. Ah. Is it?
Yeah.
Mr. M is having audio issues. Look at them thinking they're in zone. It's so funny, dude. Can we make it? Oh, people in here, people in here.
No way. Go, bro.
I need help here.
Good here. Good on my ping. Come right away here.
Dude, I think it's only 2 as well. Can you scan the building?
They're pushing, bro. What the fuck? Put it back.
We need to get there. We need to push them. We need to get on the other side of the wall.
Shitting on
Yeah, there's people here.
I'm healing after you, all you.
Jesus.
Come back, it's fine here.
Maybe go to this compound?
Yeah, okay, after you full heal. I'm going already, actually.
Yeah. They're throwing nades and shit at me, man.
Purple.
Okay, I used all my bats and all my methods, so that was sick. Oh, like. Alright, bro, you just get all the fucking things. I get it. You have a lot of bats?
1.
No, 0, 8 cells.
I have 19 cells.
Oh, 1 bat right here. Let's go. Yeah, I could take some cells out. There we go. Oh, he's swapping, he's putting swaps in there. Wow, look at this guy.
Best teammate.
He's doing his best. He's diamond 2 though, but he's doing his best.
He wants masters really bad, bro.
He's practicing for the master. This would be good for a little bloodhound ulti. He's trying so hard. We like that. Yeah, we got KP, we don't really necessarily have to do anything.
Yeah, I'm just bullying right now. In game.
In game. I don't really see anyone to shoot at. There. What guns are you running?
I'll start and bow.
You don't have a syringe?
I do.
Bringing the car wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I will. Like, if I'm in trouble, after I get the fuck out, I come up try.
Yeah. Alright, this guy has an angle on me. Cool. Fuck, man. Charge up users. I don't watch Boruto or Naruto. I haven't watched either, and I don't plan to, honestly. Too many episodes. I have 5 cells, 1 bet.
1 cell, 13 cells. 13 cells, 1 bad blue.
1 cell, 13 cells. Nice. Okay, he hooked up. I don't like it. No, it's just too many episodes. I don't want to start an anime that has like 600 episodes. I don't really. It's not my thing. Watching that many. Okay, we're gonna play here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of teams on each side though. Dude, I like that, but I can't get that.
I do. I get it, bro.
Okay.
It's a vault.
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
Pick it up, yeah. It's gonna be good. Stay there, Bloodhound. No, stay. Okay, he's not listening. I'm good. I have to go stay instead of him. He's just following me, I guess. There's a purple armor here, man. If we could fucking bring that, that'd be cool, but it's risky.
Get into my trident. Do it with the trident.
It's easier to get hit, though.
I pick you up. You bring it. Whatever.
They're looking, though.
I'm using this trident for cover, bro.
Yeah, definitely. We wanna play there, so put it next to those boxes, I think. On the right side of the boxes.
Oh, I wasted so much now. I have only one bat.
Yeah, I only have one bat as well. I haven't much Death Note either. Because people spoil it
It's a crafter, man. You have points?
10 points.
Oh wait, there's a battery. Oh my god. Am I doing it? He's doing it. He's polling to the... He's polling here.
We need to hold our left here on these boxes as well. Yeah, this is where I am. Is so sick, Daishin.
Yeah?
There's so much cover.
I have one fucking bat. That's all I have.
I have one bat and 8 cells here to heal up.
That's the huge.
We should probably wipe. Oh, flying?
Yeah, that's 5. We go.
Yeah, but we have such an OP spot, dude. If we can use this car as cover. But there's so much fighting on the right, dude.
Yeah,
There's so much fighting. We sandwich. Look at my port. I'm gonna port there. We're gonna sandwich these guys on the left, okay?
Yeah. One knock.
One team dead. They have a knock. Push this. Push. Crack Falk. Selfers, I think. So many bats, dude.
Holy shit.
They're fighting over there. Kraber. Which
14
anime or
bats,
manga
you need?
watch or recommend? I got 6, bro. I'm good.
Nice.
I'm getting a shotgun for this.
It's so free right now. We should just go in.
The anime I recommend is Guilty Crown usually. That's my favorite. The mangas I recommend are Vagabond, Gans, and Bokatachi ga Remashita. Usually, that's what I recommend. Really. I'm coming. Everyone has to be on this side because the other side we cleared completely. Chill, Tashin. I'm not with you. This game build. This game build is got me fucked up. Oh, he already rezzed.
Hey, let's go.
GG.
GG. Duo gamers plus RP. Let's go.
Wow, dude. We are busting. Like 3 big guys, dude. Like 3 big guys. Busting out my eyes.
Oh, that was a good rhyme.
I didn't do that much.
Sheesh. From 1 bat to 14. Holy fuck.
Hey, gaining RP. It's that good life. I go take a pee and get some water. Be back.
Yeah.
Oh, nice timing. Octane. You're getting further from the duo 10k challenge. Yeah, the duo. We're fucking up our 10k challenge, Tajin.
Yeah, bro, we're doing the wrong challenge.
Get sucks, that's his name. Get some of this sucks.
Second dub right here.
Looking like a one team in the area. Blackpink in the area.
Little zip of my water. Let's fucking go, mate.
Zippage.
Next RP.
You know you're hydrated when you pee. Nothing but pure like it looks pure white. That means you're drinking enough water. Ow, he's on the top mid. He's not very good. Okay, he's got a rampage. His mom's fat. No one likes him. Got no friends. My guns are shit.
I have a charge rifle.
Can we
Just
spare
chill, pass it on the roof.
Yeah, clear.
I knocked one on the other side. Ha! He's gonna get rest and stuff. He's getting
Where did you knock him?
on the door pretty much, on roof.
Someone's zipping below us or some shit. Oh, he's not getting rest yet. We should push.
Yeah, he's resting now. He didn't rest at all, bro.
Yeah. Did he run the horizon?
Did he say he's one, bro? He really said he's one.
I really can hit him.
One guy.
Crack. Just rest. Cracked again. Dead. Self-rest. I did not hear what he said, by the way, not gonna lie. His mic is not very loud.
Yes, 1 HP, I'm pushing on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's random.
Gold.
Okay, chat, I'm not peeing pure white, I'm peeing clear, transparent. It's not yellow, you know? Fuck off, dude.
What if it's yellow, bro? Huh?
That means you're not hydrated enough? You don't drink enough water?
Yeah. I'm drinking a lot, though.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that, I think.
Maybe I'm just weird, I don't fucking know.
But when I drink a lot of water, and I'm talking about a lot, like I drink way too much water when I do it like this. Then my pee always becomes clear.
Clear, mate. Can I get sound, bro? You need the balls, purple?
Yeah, I'll be zipped away from you though.
I'm away.
Huh? Oh, dude, I went below it. Nice, thank you. Afternoon, TD. I need some light ammo. Dude, having no voice lines is so good, man. Holy shit. So juicy. I feel like I can hear like more. Not because I actually hear more, but because there's no random sounds going on. Like when you're clutching and you become the kill leader, you no longer have the motherfucker say, "You are the kill leader." That's all gone, you know.
I have it on 30%, it's pretty chill. It's not that much.
Flat zero, dude. You can hear Raid say there's a shooter. It pops out on your screen to press number 5 when you get aimed at as a Raid player. So you get it anyway. I should build some bats. 0.
Crypto drone on the side.
Alright, I'm gonna build some bats. Trying to look for some light as well.
White armor.
Rip the medkit here.
Behind this rock.
Okay, let me just do some bats real quick. There's a lot of fighting around us. Also
here,
fighting, right? Yeah, up here. You wanna go there?
I'm down.
Go look at it. Nice. Oh yeah, get built and everything. Oh, in front of us. Bottom. Bottom dead. Oh, one team dead. Behind us, new team.
Yeah.
We gotta chill. We gotta run. I hit 100 on raid.
I'm missing easy shots. Knock.
Nice. I'm gonna arc there. I'm gonna arc a lot.
Cracked him.
Oh, two
Last
down.
guy crypto on the side.
Hey,
on the side.
crack. Dead, dead. Okay, we can turn around now. They're fighting behind us. I'm batting. Turn around.
Coming.
Fuck. Roland's purple here. Seer on the left roof. Dude. First bullet headshot, some bullshit. Oh, our Octane's getting pushed.
We just have to chill. That's all we have to do.
Me on me.
Why are you forcing it? I don't get it.
Relax. Yeah, we gotta go. We're losing too hard right now.
Yeah, we
Pull
just
back,
have to
pull
chill.
back.
Okay. It's 2 teams still, right? So.
Yeah, it's still 2 teams. But I don't know how much on each team, but there's definitely 2. Just let him.
Now we can go. They knocked one.
Go now. Slowly.
I got rolled. You have a battery, bro?
Yeah, here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's 6.
Who's that? They were on the stairs, one guy.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
130 on that guy. 130.
I'm throwing the
Is that
arcs.
broken, bro? He fucking,
Careful, 2 teams.
fucking capping, dude.
On the roof. Oh, gold 100. 100 on the Valkyrie. Seer inside. Nice, shit.
One more.
Stay safe. 2 down.
On the stairs. Cypher's on me, outside. One guy on me.
Got him. Good job. Good comms.
Back to back.
Big juice. There's a gold armor out there if you want to use a gold. I have 5 bats though.
Yeah, I want.
What's up, Cheeky Nuggy?
Gold heavy mag in that body.
Cheeky Nuggy.
I'm going to the shots.
Yeah, I'm 301 PK. Fuck out. I don't remember now. That's a fucking mirage. I got Bambabaloobaloo. The cracked mirage. Are you fucking?
I was fucking him.
I don't think we go. I don't think we.
No. I just poke around. No, don't.
No, there's 2 teams. I mean, we could take this zip and then come back with it. I could do that.
Yeah, do it. Back
We go slowly. We go
have 20
slowly.
seconds.
Bamboozle. No way, dude.
One shot. Lifeline.
No way, dude. I keep getting bamboozled, dude. It's not fair.
84 on Mirage.
Lifeline. Dead. Oh, rampage, sorry.
70 rump.
He's gonna razor here.
I'm first. He's gonna die to zone. What happened?
Lifeline died to the zone.
Oh, mega low. We have to go zone, and I hate zone.
Is that a flatline here?
Oh no, they're here, out of zone, looking at us. We need to walk out.
Okay. You can walk out. It's fine. Come to me. Come all the way here. We're gonna walk out. There's someone on the building, dude.
Okay, come to me then. Good on me.
Okay, wait. I got a Phoenix. I think that's a soul on the building with a repeater and a rampart wall. Yeah, it
Yeah,
has
that's
to.
the motherfucking solo. Yeah.
Red armor. Fucking rampart, bro. Zoop it in frame. Okay, we gotta go soon. We gotta kill this guy fast.
Is he still up there?
I think so. Nah, I think he's gone. Okay, Valkult. We Valkult in the roof.
Yeah, roof.
Come here. Locked in.
Oh, he needs to heal. I'm fucked now.
No, you're fine, you're fine, fine. Oh. Where Manda? Manda quit the game. He's no longer playing Apex. He's now Elden Ring main. I think we go up top.
Yeah, straight. Go up top.
Mr. M is just gone, Chad. Oh, in front of us. Not good.
Yo, chill.
Not
I'm
good.
gonna fuck him, alright?
Kill here.
70? 70 again?
I'm hitting a banger nade here. 100! Crack, blowdown.
Huge.
Great, red. Oh, I don't like this fight, man. Two
right.
teams, we pull back, we go left. Can we go left? Fuck. We go left, we go left, we go left now. Pull left. Do you have a pad?
Yes.
We're gonna go full left, full left, full left, all the way left.
Yeah.
That's where we go.
I have 3 ult cells.
Yeah, maybe you pop one. In case we need to Valkult. We play on that airdrop, literally. Fuck, the sun is coming out. I can't see shit anymore.
Gamer problems.
Oh, they're right in front of us. I just got a kill. Right in front of
bro,
me.
let me clean this up here. I see enemies.
I whipped everything so hard.
He's 1 HP.
Tashin, you're on the wrong side.
Come on, bro. This is 3 shots here on me. That's why I'm just. I could kill him, bro. Just chill over there. Just chill over there.
Okay.
Don't force anything. I'm gonna kill enemies here.
We almost killed a guy with a. He got a weapon. I don't know if he got a Kraber or what. Yeah, I was holding my mouse like a dumbass. So I couldn't fucking kill him. Holding my
dude,
mouse under an
I'm
angle,
lying.
dude.
Everybody's so passive in this lobby.
Got 4 cells, 3 bats. Here. Red on horizon. Respawn beacon. Purple. Red. Cracked her. Really hard. Right here.
Secure.
But if she sits, she's dead. Oh, he killed her. Dude, I'm gonna go for her loot, man.
No, that was such a hit, bro.
You need a 2-time scope? I'm bringing one.
Okay, bro.
Alright, I got meds now for days.
They're fighting hard. We should clean this up.
Where? Well, it's 4 teams. I feel like if we
They knocked one, you know. That's why.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look into it.
Let's look. Yeah. Don't go too hard. Just slowly. Nice. You're fucking. In this corner. Nice. Are they all down now?
Yeah, they're all down.
The other team's trying to cross over. I almost cracked the Gibby. On the window. Wow, almost crack. On the roof, all three. I cracked Gibby crack. Nice. Wait, I'm batting. Oh my god, you're just fucking, dude.
I'm fucking. Oh my, I'm fucking, bro. I hit that one. Holy shit, I hit that one. GG, bro.
GG. Nah, Zip it. We're not waiting on Mande. Well, we're kind of waiting on Mande, but Mande's audio doesn't work, so we don't know if he's even gonna be on to begin with. You wanna play with Zip it?
I'm down. I'm gonna join. Until Mandy comes, I guess. Maybe he comes. Somehow.
Yeah, if Mandy comes, yeah. Yeah, we do need a fill. Man, what the fuck? You did. You're Sentinel. What's up, Zip it? Mr. M replaced by Mr. Z, dude. Mr. M replaced by Mr. Z. I should probably close my blinds, but I like the sun, dude.
It's a vitamin dick, dude.
It's like, I like the sun, but I also can't see my monitor. I'll just stick with it for now. Alright, Luna. Yeah, it was great. What's up, Danin? Here's your death metal. I can't believe Russia death metal is now a thing of the past. Damn. Sad. Yo, da yo. I use VPN to jumble. No way.
Ah, I'm a guy. Thank you, forever.
Only 25 carry redeems have video. Yeah, the 25 carry redeems are the video ones. The one that I play myself.
Getting a far side.
Damn.
Nope.
Okay, I guess I'm on in the middle. I'm doing the Mandy.
You're seeing main now. What's going on, bro? Didn't see you a long time.
Yeah, dude. I'm vibing. How you doing?
Good, dude. I like that. Seer just fucking around. That's nice.
Dude, Seer is actually mega fun to play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's fun
so
for me too if I have
permanent
a
wall
wall hack every time. It's nice, bro.
Yep. Like
Maybe
the
wall hack.
what was it? Especially in the fucking Bangalore bullshit one-way smoke,
yeah.
you know?
Oh yeah.
Truly.
That's why I started playing it, but I actually realized he was kind of busted, dude. Like,
Yeah.
You're
For
fighting
rank, for
PvEs
sure.
with that cube, bro.
yep.
It's nice.
Purple down here.
I'll go for it in a second. I'm just looting the 3 pills up.
And a gold prowler. Wow. Big juice.
Got some purple attachments in mid.
Yes, please.
Ooh, a gold prowler.
Yeah. I got some heavy attachments here.
I'm gonna drop a PK down there.
Enemies.
Oh yeah. I'm by the armor. By the armor.
Right.
Get roof, boys. Get roof. Get fucking roof before them. Down roof. He jumped off again.
Can I take zip up? I'm about to take zip.
Yeah, I think you are.
I'm stopping his heel.
Got
Good
it.
shit, bro.
One guy here. White armor, Pathfinder. Right here.
I'm pushing his ass. I'm pushing his
Almost
ass.
cracked him. 30 flush. Last guy on the right. Right? Did you kill him?
Yeah, Octane. No, Octane's alive.
Okay.
Where is he?
Below probably. Oh, he's right in front of me. In the building in front of me.
The building. Okay.
He's going up.
Yeah, it's on the door.
I'm giving walls. Oh, never mind. He's going for the back stairs. Going up, I think. Bitch.
Dropping a mid.
See, it's like bullshit like that, you know, they're trying to heal. That would piss me off. That would like insta-tilt me if I died like that.
Oh yeah, dude. I died like that, I'm molding. Off cooldown.
Another team?
I don't have bad.
I'm moving back in. I'm moving back in.
Bad fingers.
I got one bad thing.
I'm dropping 2
One
bats on the
dip
ground
into the
here
area.
if you need them, okay?
They got turret. The turret got turret.
There's two bats ground floor
Maybe
touching, okay?
baiting, dude. Maybe baiting. Yeah, I'm coming.
My
They're
favorite
actually
moment.
Shooting, right? They're shooting. There you go.
Just wait. I got my UAV. I'll let you know.
No. They're full sending it down there. My favorite moment. The turret gets third partied. Oh no, we got turned in. Horizon. Crack horizon.
Crack.
Below. Stop. Cracked again. Dead.
Dead.
I'm gonna
Heal
bat.
up, boys. So.
Yeah, we're good on height.
Behind full team.
Oh,
I need armor swap.
yeah, do it. Slide down.
Fight this.
Cracked one. One
Knock,
HP.
knock.
Cracked third blood. Ooh, Octane.
Push is right.
Bruh.
Resin suddenly.
Yeah,
All dead.
res me.
Holy fuck, dude.
Dude, these
Holy
guys
win
ratted
that.
me last game, these fuckers, dude.
They fucking ported the horizon out.
Let me heal though.
Right here.
Wait, where? Okay. Can
I
I
think
see
the
him?
res there. I don't think
I
so.
need a medkit.
Yeah, the res there.
60.
40 blue on her. I'm out of ammo.
I need a heal. Wait, I just hit something over here. I don't know if it was flash or what.
Low bolting me.
Maybe.
Man, those guys really slid into just to get fucking shit on.
Dude, that same team ratted me last game. Like, that's actually just fucking balance
solo
restored.
Looking for. I need to go to a crafter, dude.
Were you solo queuing?
No, I was playing with my friend Horizon, but we just stopped playing. It wasn't going too well, put it that way.
Damn, bro, we duo here and back-to-back winning, bro. What's going on over
I think
there?
we got.
I mean,
Did we get 2 wins? Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
right?
back-to-back. Yeah.
Put it this way, dude. Horizon was trying to yoink the Kraber on controller, okay? Put it that, like that just summarizes what's going on. Like,
Hey, he never does it to me, man. He respects me.
it's because you won tournaments. I don't garner that respect.
Go win some tournaments, is it?
I might. I'll just, yeah. Be right back, boys. I'm just gonna go fucking ship it.
Even if you did. And then you have that, yeah. You always have Kraber.
Yep.
To be honest, I never get Kraber, but the times that I do get Kraber, bro, I fucking fuck with it.
I mean, this game here the other day with I'm sorry, what?
Okay, dude, to be honest, I fucking insta-killed your band.
I got out.
Oh no. And I hit the div twice with fucking with Kraber, but then I just couldn't find him.
Yeah.
He was
motherfucker.
yeah, I looked straight down. I didn't see anything. He says he was hiding behind some green shit.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I know. I looked below and then I saw your ping station and you like pinged a little bit to the left, so I kept following your ping. And then I definitely couldn't find him.
Man. That was so dog shit.
Such an awkward situation, dude. And then I look at Mande because I want, I want help from Mande, and then Mande's in fucking Narnia. He's over there doing some random shit, dude.
Bowling around, my man.
Doing Mande shit.
I dropped so many arcs. There's 3 arcs on the ground.
I already got 2. Alright, I'll take another one. There.
Can't see anybody right now. What is this Valko? Dude, we're gonna find a team Hydra. We're gonna find some hard RP grinders in Hydra. I'm gonna come up to the roof.
Okay. No, but me and Tashin have definitely been fucking dual fucking both EU and NA servers. We fucked both servers. We won an EU server, then we swapped servers, and then we won an NA game just back to back because we can. We were like, oh, this 9 in queue swap servers and win that one.
Low ground on the left side. We actually have height on them here.
Yeah.
Are they riding that building? Really?
They're right here. They're right here. Wait.
I had one.
Ash crack, nice. Go.
I'm queuing it so they can't res. They
got sandwich. Blood one. Really one, you fucking liar.
Horizon Q. Horizon dead from left team. Oh, I fucked him.
Oh, dude. Machine focus right. Me and Zipper focus left.
I'm ulting this. Can we get the full at least?
Trying. They ported him.
Wait, I got my Q in 3 seconds, okay?
Yeah, they're pressing him right here. You missed.
He sticked me, I'm dead.
Oh shit, I'm on the way.
Pull back. How do you miss your Q?
No, man, no.
He was lighting up.
He went back to his teammates. He's resting over there on my ping.
Okay, I'll res you fucking Q that.
I don't have Q, but yeah, I'm looking. Okay, pull one from behind.
Okay, we gotta go straight.
Here. We need to go building or some shit.
Oh, we're fucked.
You motherfucker again.
Give me your shield.
I'm in the building.
Yeah, I don't have port and I'm playing. Yeah.
The red is breathing me, bro.
I almost fucking killed that bitch. I did. She's just 1 HP. Yeah, I'm fucking dead.
No chance.
I couldn't swap you. Oh,
of course,
no,
bro.
Dude. Oh, look at the HP of the Wraith, bro.
He hits that arc star is so good. Just because he sticks me, he wins.
Actual one, dude. How did I not knock that bitch?
I mean, when I called 1 on the blood, I hit him 45 flash though.
What's up, lol?
I called 1.
I gained 5 RP from that game.
My bad.
Actually sticks me, bro. I can't believe it, man.
I blame the new addition to the team. Called Zippet. He missed his Seer Q on a guy resin.
Dude, it lit up! It lit up! He finished the res at that point, man. It lit up. Like, he wasn't rezzing.
Yeah, he fucking was, because the guy woke up, like, right after he Q, he stood up in front of me.
They would have finished it.
Nah.
Like at that point, I think they finished it already. I had
they
4
haven't.
seconds left.
I saw him stand up right after your Q.
What?
Yeah.
I'm watching your VOD.
I literally heard him stand up, like literally after your Q went out in the left corner. I heard him go, zoop, and I was like, ah, bruh.
Fake news, dude. fake news.
Ah, you go listen to yourself. What anime did you watch? A lot. I watched a lot. Also, guys, I got a heartbeat sensor. What am I saying, dude? Heartbeat sensor. When we play horror games. How do you fucking open this? Use it now? Nah. We take some time to set it up. Like, I'd have to set it up, then get the...
You didn't see shit! Fake news, dude.
I heard shit, man. You can hear him get up right after. Listen to it, dude. Listen to the VOD. You can straight up hear them and stand up right after you cue.
Maybe, okay.
Yeah, okay,
My
dude.
bad.
Yeah, Kaisa, we're trying to be 10k hard stuck, but we're doing a really bad job. It's just not working for us. What kind of anime did I watch? Everything. Literally everything. I'm trying to open this thing. My Dress Up Darling, I read the manga for it. I didn't watch it. You're doing a 10k challenge and you suck? Yeah, I'm fucking sucking ass at the fucking 10k challenge. Like, me and Tashin just duoed like 3 games and we went up like a 500 RP. No, not One Piece. I don't like the long enemies. I haven't watched any of the long ones like Naruto, Bleach, fucking One Piece. It's just not my thing. That's a fucking whole commitment. Which hentai anime? What are you asking, dude? Steins Gate I didn't watch yet. It's on my list though. It's been on my list for like 4 years. Or 5. I just never got to it. How do you open this shit? I don't really watch new animes recently. Because I just read manga instead. I actually prefer reading manga. Okay, so this is the strap. I guess I put this around my chest, right? Like right here. And then I smack this shit on. Solo leveling. I read a bit, well, a lot, and then I got bored of it because it's just the same shit all over and over again. No, that's a heartbeat sensor. It's sick read again. No, it's not sick. It gets fucking boring. I read a shit ton of chapters of it. It just repeats itself over and over again. It's not sick, it's just boring. It's a good story in the start, but then you stretch it out for money, and I'm not really a fan of that. The Box and Dog collab is next Thursday. Why is there no English in here? Hey, sleep well, Kaisa. You see, if you put it around your chest, below your boobs. Moisten the electrode area of the shop. Well, you gotta put water on it. You put water on the electrode area. What the fuck? think you gotta.
No fit in game, boys.
Almost there. Think you gotta put water on
Almost?
this.
What do you mean? I'm
on
in
this.
a different game. It's like loading screen.
Yeah, we just got a game.
Okay, good.
You gotta put water on this part. Why? You gotta lube it up. Anyway, I'm keeping that for when we debut and play horror games. It literally says moisten, Kami. And it's like Token Revenge is also getting kind of blind this arc. I agree. Last arc is way too stretched out. You don't have mom. Fuck you, bitch. You know what I have.
We got one team coming, we got a better jump than them. These are noobs, dude. I'm landing left side out here.
No.
They might all stack me. I think they're all gonna stack me.
Nope, they just left you.
Ah, they just left, yeah.
Yes.
Take, oh shit. I thought I took your ammo.
They're pushing.
Yes, that they are.
Packed him.
Got him.
Nice. Thirsted. I'm just gonna top my shields off quickly, okay?
Yeah, you can.
We're good. Right roof, right roof. Blue armor. Hit him 50 flash.
One guy on the left stairs. Ah, I'm stuck with this.
Yeah, yeah. I'm pushing up left.
Cracked his ass.
Hit him with my Q. It's a little slot, man.
Where is this little slot?
On my door.
Mega.
Oh, Taishim was not having that guy's bullshit.
Dude, if you took that, I was about to throw you off the map.
I don't want to be thrown off the map. Yo, RPR, let's be efficient here. Hey, wait. Take this. Take this.
You're so annoying.
Save that range. Save that range, dude.
Make me do extra work, dude. Holy shit.
Dude, listen, I'm literally living in Germany. We want to be as efficient as possible always, okay? That's the way it is. Taishin can vouch for that.
Huh? I didn't listen to that. I'm fucking looting.
Okay, that wasn't very efficient.
I'm fucking focused looting, bro. I'm just looking for a sentinel. I got it. I got it. I'm stacked.
I need light ammo.
I got 160. How much you got?
117.
There was a Team Gardens if you guys want to look at that.
I'm down.
Yeah, we could also hit the fucking beacon.
Dude, fuck Beacon. You want to play Zone? Wait, close. I'm going back.
Where are they? Oh, I can flank them. I can flank them.
I'm going to come with you, RPR. I'm going to come with you.
What do you mean come with me? Hold the line.
Because we're not moving up that middle bit. We're not moving up that middle bit.
$45 blue on one. $45 blue on another one. Cracked with Pathfinder.
They got Bangalore.
Sick. I'm batting.
I'm trying to side. 70 on one.
This could end badly for Tashin.
It's good.
I'm full healing.
They're still on the right side, right side.
They're grappling to Tashin, grappling to
Dude, they're
Tashin.
grappling on you, they're grappling on you, Tashin.
What? They have 300 ping. Maybe
It's
500.
behind the blue box. Right here behind this blue box. They're moving right side.
Back path.
41. 41 purple here.
Maybe 600 ping.
30 purple on him.
40 purple again.
Hands behind this again, I think. He's moving in. You move up, I can try hold for you a little bit.
How far is that? 80 meters, man.
Hit 2.
Careful, they're all on the right side.
Oh, yeah, I'm stuck there.
What is this? Purple on the Bangalore, pushing the smoke. Below me?
One on top.
He's low. One on Bangalore. Pull back a little bit.
Easier said than done, I'm dead.
Oh. I gotta pop a whole penis. Bangalore was a legitimate one, dude. 20 health.
Yeah, I got a headshot.
Banner time.
I know. Can I make it?
Yeah, it's below, yeah.
Damn, people are insane, dude.
How are you here already? I'm not thinking about it. Cool. Holy shit, bro.
I got these things so hard, man. What the fuck? Never had that before. That was different. That was so dog shit.
Let me see when my food's ready. Be right back. I gotta close the blinds, dude. It's finally getting sunnier here, though. Which means it's gonna get warmer.
Yeah, today we have sun today in Germany. That's special.
Yeah.
Sabif, you have sun over there? Berlin? He should. Should be insane over there right now.
I love it, man. It's back to being sunny, dude. I just feel so much more energetic when I see the sun, dude.
Yeah, I love it, dude.
It's so nice. I feel bad for countries that like don't get a lot of sun. Sun is so good. I'm not from Germany.
I like sun, bro, but I can't handle it for that long, really. I like winter more for a long time. If it's just cold outside, it's chill. Maybe I'm just used to it, bro, to be honest. I live Denmark border, so...
Yeah.
I'm fucking Viking.
For me, there's sun for the most part here, but sometimes it's sunny and it's still fucking cold as shit, and that's what annoys me. Cause like the sun motivates you, but the coldness unmotivates you.
Sends you back to home, bro. Coldness.
You're all from Germany. I'm not from Germany, Austin. I'm from Croatia. They're from Germany. Well, Zipet's not German, but he lives in Germany right now. Zipet's Scottish, right?
Oof. Isn't he Danish? I have no idea, dude. Yeah, I think you're right, Apgar.
Yeah, I think so. Irish, my bad.
He's completely wrong. I didn't know at all, bro.
Yeah,
no
fuck
idea.
it, all the same shit, bro. It's all the same
Close.
shit. Fuck him, dude.
Fuck him. Completely wrong, dude. Yikes. Good, he's FK.
Where is Zip? Is he AFK?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry. I heard what you were saying
Fuck
about
you.
Thunder.
Fuck, you heard everything?
Yeah, no, I was on the bathroom. Yeah, I don't need to go into details, but Berlin
definitely
today is
don't.
actually like not that. Berlin today is fucking overcast. It's cold as fuck, dude.
Really?
But like yesterday, the last 2 days were really nice though.
It's really nice over here right now.
It's been nice for like a week now, yeah. I like it. It's,
Wait,
before that, it was very rainy though.
Whereabouts in Germany do you live again, Taishin? Like
Denmark. Denmark border, bro. Legit north of Germany. You see that border on? Yeah, you see that border to Denmark? They right there. I'm living, dude.
Flensburg. Wait.
Yeah.
You live in Flensburg? Oh shit.
Ah. Up there,
Nice. Dude, you're lucky that you didn't cross over that border, because dude, the fucking 200 ping issue, you would get it if you were living there.
Please not. I got affected by packet loss, not high ping, but packet loss, dude.
Oh really?
Yeah. Every second game, 50% packet loss.
Yeah, I had that too, but now it's gone. I don't know, it happens sometimes and goes away, then happens and goes away. It's so weird. It's so random as well.
Hate it.
Oh, they ditched you, Zip it, and then got someone else?
It's fine, revenge.
RPR, dude, what did I do to you, man?
No, I just saw them in the fucking champion spot.
Oh. Damn. Have you got 3 teams?
I'm landing here.
Yeah. This is side 3.
I'm letting guards. I'm letting guards.
Yeah. Go to RPR, go to RPR, bro.
Let them fight up there, dude.
There's one guy coming, RPR on you.
What the fuck? Yeah, he's behind me. I'm gonna need help.
I'm here.
45? There's 2, dude. There's 2, man. Please kill them, please. He's trying to finish me. He's 1 HP trying to finish me. His mom's fucking fat whore!
I'm on the way. Taishin, stay alive.
Holy shit, his mom's the fattest bitch on the planet.
I'm gonna plug him in immediately,
Just a duo just fucking griefing. Just a fucking duo griefing, sucking their own dick off because they fucking suck at the game.
Oh yeah, they do.
Fat fucking bitch, dude.
Plug it in.
Fat fucking cock sucking bitch. That's his mom.
Let it out, RPR, it's fine.
Holy shit, man. They're top right. One guy.
There's blue armor here.
Oh my goodness. He's looking at the window.
On me?
I got
Blue
no
armor up in
guns,
the window.
nothing.
Blue armor.
What's that sound?
On me, dude. I need help. Guys,
Flash. Oh, I'm on the way.
I got nothing. They're inside the building. They're camping my fucking wingman.
Wait, and left, and left. We might need to dip back here, boys. Oh, what a nade.
What is that nade, bro?
I'm gonna go behind us as well. We're dead.
Oh, it's above. Fuck.
I need to full heal, boys. I got nothing.
He was on height somehow.
Dude, what is this? They're pushing you RPR hard. Dude, this all just starts from that fucking fuck.
It's all because of that guy's virgin ass piece of shit dog shit player finishing my fucking me on the ground when he's duo because his teammate didn't connect and he's just griefing, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if he was fucking stream
I'm
sniping
hopping
either.
on the Gibby. I'm hopping on the Gibby.
That lobby was stacked with the boys. I saw kill feed only the people I knew.
Holy shit, man.
Fuck. I'm down in this Red Bull.
So I'll be back, boys, ASAP.
So fucking stupid, man.
Shut the fuck up!
Nandame underscore just resubscribed.
My name is for 6 months. Welcome back.
RPR, hey.
Appreciate you. Man, this guy sounds exactly like Peep. Literally exactly like Peep, but it's not Peep. What's up, Zelly? What's up, Mugitsu? But that's weird how close he sounds to. He sounds so much like Peep. Does he not? Cat? What's up, Nate? What's up, Yamachan? Doing alright. That sounded so like Peep. I don't know. Maybe it's a cover. I don't know. Where's Pred? I don't know, like 13, 14k maybe. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. Everything is all right. How's everyone doing, chat? Just chilling. Is it late? It's around 9 PM for you guys. It's getting late. You guys are falling asleep. Good night, Max Created. Thanks for watching, as per usual. Appreciate you.
boys. I'm on the fucking Gibster. We're ready to roll and smoke some noobs.
Knock the
Go
fuck
over
out,
here,
get good
decimate,
sleep and
and
so
then go
fast
over.
sleepy.
Here,
Yeah.
decimate over there, okay?
We got a
Back
one
to
team
back.
coming. Two
Welcome
teams
back,
coming
dude.
here. 2 teams.
We all land fucking platform, okay?
Landing on ping.
I'm landing on blue armor here.
No angle.
That guy.
I'm done with you guys here.
I'm
We got
out of
on the
ammo.
back here.
He's a fucking real one.
He's on top of you. He's cracked hard.
Yeah, I see him.
He's low. I got knocked. I got hit her so far around the corner.
This Octane dude is so weird.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, well,
Use BPD. I'm gonna hide in this corner. Drop down to the passion if you need. Drop down if you need. Nice.
That. You're fucking weird.
There's another team, right?
I don't know.
I don't know, is it?
Unless it's sure. I res anyway. Good job, good job.
Dude, I got hit like literally 2 seconds when I was out of LOS. That was fucking crazy.
Molded.
That guy was like high ping, and I'm obviously a little bit high ping myself, so.
Yeah, I can't really say anything. I'm on 200 ping, so. Ooh, mom got a new bag.
King me sentinel.
Ooh, I got a bow check.
Ooh, if you get a sentinel, I'll give you this gold armor.
Oh yeah.
The wingman's over here, 2 of them.
Might have to take one of those.
Take me a bow check, hop ups and ammo and shit, okay?
Arrow here. I got senti. King me scope.
Nice.
I
Here,
got
here.
one actually.
Take this station.
Use bro. I'm charmed.
I'll go take that wingman.
Is there no better shotgun? I got a Mozam with hammer points right now.
Same.
I'm using a
PK or
master.
something.
One by 4 cells.
Alright. Okay. I got 7 cells, no bad.
16 cells dropping.
Man, people are really butthurt that I'm not pred.
I mean, the thing is, I know you just don't take rank seriously. Like, you just ape.
Yeah, people in my chat every day they're asking, why are you not pred? Why are you not pred? Why are you not in pred? Like, well, newsflash, the pred players are not the best players in the game. You would think they are, but they're really just there in front of me. Literally in front of me. 90 purple on Pathfinder. Cracked him, 151 guy here.
I can dome us in. I'm gonna dome us in right side, okay? Oh, you blocked my dome.
Oh my
It's
god.
fine.
Act the left side, push right.
Yeah, push up.
Oh, he's gone. I'm gonna arc far.
They just full running.
I think so.
Must be on roof.
They were ratting, by the way.
I got my dome in 10 seconds.
They zipped away, bro. These guys are pussies.
I'm gonna go inside. I saw an Eva in here. I'm just gonna go for the Eva quick.
Them. Yeah, newsflash, being pred does not mean you're good at the game. You just
Yeah, I
play
mean,
a lot.
like the best thing to say about it is like there's no there isn't a direct correlation, you know, like you know, very good players aren't pred because they just don't want to be pred sometimes.
They don't
but
care.
A lot of them are because they like playing the game, you know, and that's the thing. It's like
They play a lot, and getting pred is just
exactly.
playing a lot. It's literally just playing a lot of rank and caring about
it's not even,
winning.
It's not even really about playing a lot. It's also just the fact that like they don't like, you know, they just don't really want to die if they're playing ranked. So they just get on average a couple points every game, and that's fine, you know. So I don't know.
That's not an end people, bro.
Yeah.
That being
Not
said,
drag out.
today we gain a lot of RP because I don't know. Sometimes you can't end people. You gotta like wait.
No.
I don't know. The form of the rank is really bad as well. So like, no point.
Yeah, I
in
really need to
caring
scope
about
my bow check. I'm still running an iron side here.
it. Team running a little bit of iron side bow check. You can have
Hate
this.
the iron side. Oh, nice. Alright, we're good. Still got no bats though, as well.
More than bad 6 cells. We can craft
Dude,
somewhere.
there's still so many teams alive. Where's the enemies at? This is unlooted.
We can craft a little bit in grow towers if you want for bats.
Yeah, I'm down. Wait,
Might
this
be
one is
still-
looted. There's one pill here looted. That's weird.
It's sus.
Susk.
Maybe is there a crafter? Maybe a craft.
All this.
Yeah, there's a
crafter.
crafter here.
This is all looted, man.
It is looted, yeah.
Oops.
I need to right. I'm just gonna crab bats, yeah.
I don't know.
Crab
Take
two,
an
and I'm good.
take an example. This. I got Radiant in
They're shooting over here.
Valorant, but I don't consider myself a good player at all. Not even close to what the pros are.
What is Radiant? Is that like the top rank or?
Yeah, top 500 or something.
Okay.
Top 750.
Yeah, we're just crashing right now, Tashin. We're just chilling.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to young some pills.
You know, back when I played
I'm
Valorant, I
good.
got Radiant, but it's like, I don't know. Doesn't mean shit. Ranked in games don't mean shit.
Unless the only thing I could kind of see is maybe a game like Dota or League.
Yeah, but
That's basically it. Like kind of chessy games, you know?
even them, it's a completely different world.
Yeah.
Is there people fishing?
On the left side.
Are they stuck in that corner?
I don't know really. Don't see me
They
anymore.
could just go through zone.
Oh, they're fighting the terminal, I think. We can go here. Wait for them.
Still 14 teams left. Shit.
Someone's coming out to port!
I'm looking.
They came out.
The purple blood hit 60.
Took it back again.
One went back. Two went back. There are two purples.
Where's their third, bro?
I don't know. Yo,
He came out!
Oh, what? Bro, they've got to fix the audio on this shit.
Yeah, it's fucking silent. The only reason I heard this because I could. Psh, that's what I heard. Psh.
Yeah.
Enemy.
I see.
Where was that enemy?
Sounds like kind of turbine-y.
I shot northwest. Here.
Let's get a gold bag from
I'm with RPR right now.
Let's grab this gold bag real quick.
Oh, it's over there?
Yeah.
Alright. Gold armor sentinel pog, dude.
They're running here.
Yeah, we're just getting the gold Marvin.
He's so low.
Nice.
Nice. Alright.
What coming to you, Tashin?
We have gold bag now.
That's annoying.
Let's get over.
Wanna kill a charge rifle, Valk?
Yeah.
I don't tolerate that bullshit.
He's in the building now.
On this building, climbing up. Ash hit 60. Perp.
Someone's behind the generator. 45 purple.
Crack the blood.
45 flesh.
Valk hit 60.
Dead.
Crack Valk.
I'm coming to you.
Valk is cracked. Ash, 90. Crack. 1 HP Ash.
You, RPR.
Help. Ash is one. Ash is one inside. Second floor one.
Nah, that's not good.
Did you guys knock the Ash?
Nah, that's unfortunate as fuck. Getting pushed. Rampart is on fucking southwest.
You ran.
Alright, just plug me in. Just finish that guy and plug me in.
Yeah.
90 on the fucking Ash. No one shot her. Not 90, 180 on Ash, sorry. 90
Did have an angle too. Where's the nearest plug?
Just go hydrant. Where's the hydrant?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. I'm gonna do that.
I'm getting all the juice.
Get the car. Hey, Earl Grey. What if you saw?
I mean, it might have been better if I just stayed back on height so I could watch over. Wait, there's a guy on height.
I'm gonna snipe him.
2 people. Where are they going? Oh, there's a whole team on height, bro. We need to res somewhere else. Go in gardens. Take the car.
There's a res here. Okay, do we just go for that res there? Or maybe craft a Moby?
I mean, do something fast. You craft a Moby right now.
Yeah, I'm moving for the pack here. It may have a Moby on it.
Just gotta do something because we're wasting so much time right now.
Agreed. I got no points. Have you got points for a Moby?
No.
Just, you can hit joints right
I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now.
Yeah, I need team.
Are they close?
Raise his head hard.
Follow me then. Get
Yeah,
the fuck out.
they're close here.
Get the fuck out, Spiff.
You guys can Valcourt to...
Yeah.
Where the fuck would you...
Open a Phoenix.
This is gonna be zone 3. Yeah, we need a crafter. Come on, man.
I craft here, bro. Fuck it.
Over here.
Yeah, fucking do it.
No, I got
I'm gonna dome for you. I'm gonna dome for you, okay?
They're crafting also. I heard sound on the crafter.
Which... Oh, they're on the far crafter there. They're not really far away.
Okay. Just go.
Yeah, now go. Hit that guy 16, go.
Hey, can you do it? I got no mats, dude.
Yeah. The guy on the roof.
You might need to fucking bubble for him. Yep. Honestly, you can plug me right where you are, Tashin, on the balcony, and I can just fly to the box.
Oh.
Fuck you, bro.
Manda's name you can either pronounce as Manda or Mendy. Mandy.
They're on the building next to me.
They look at me, bro.
Yeah, you gotta help him. Zip it as Kraber, so Zip should fucking do something here. Alright, Zip it.
I will. Do my best.
Alright. You gonna get your bubble soon, Zip it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I might...
plugged in, yeah?
Yeah, I might need it, but don't throw it instantly.
I won't. There's bodies here, okay? There's bodies I'm playing.
Yeah.
Your armor swap is already taken. I used it, so...
What is going on?
Oh, what the fuck? I missed my shot here. He would have gone down. 150 on the horizon. This shit's getting pushed. I'm ulting that building.
Okay, I gotta heal. I got no bats. Show me 2 more bats. You got bad zipper.
Low ground here.
This team is holding hands on my side, boys.
150.
Careful this side on me.
11.
Push. They're pushing on my side.
Okay, I'm on the way. Looking at you, touching. I've only got one shot.
We should hold this building, man.
Below.
I gotta swap weapons now.
I need shotgun ammo, dude. I got no bats, bro. I got shotgun ammo now.
They're right there, okay.
I got bats, I'm good.
Is there a weapon there for me? I gotta swap my
Yeah,
Kraber
just
out.
scout and a bunch of other shit.
This guy also has a charge sentinel, bro.
Which one? They're
They're
fighting here.
big up there, boys.
90 on one.
You wanna look at that?
We could,
Yeah,
yeah,
go
but we
for it,
can't
boys.
lose. These guys from the hill are moving, dude.
Do we play this building on me?
They're ziplining on me.
Above,
on the way,
yeah.
on the way.
On the building already. Holy shit, Olio. Go to this building,
Yeah, I'm getting out.
Public cells. I'm doing the. Wait, I can't. No angle.
We're good inside here.
Yeah, just chill.
Any cells, I give bats.
We can't let
I
the
have
team
10
from.
cells here.
I've got 12. Team
gave
are fighting
him
in mid.
6.
You can get free shots there.
Yeah. I'm not hitting this.
These guys fuck
On the
off.
left as well. Look. I cracked someone here. Look at this guy.
Dude, everybody looking at us.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's one guy. He dropped down here. He dropped down like behind the building. Look at this. He's gonna swing on the right or like climb up.
Yeah.
Dude, can these guys just behind us fuck off? Seriously?
There's blood on. I'm griefing here. I griefed a lot of people. He got stolen.
One guy's still here. Hey, running in. Hey, nice, good shit, touching.
We should push this, I think.
I'm coming up for you.
Push bottom floor.
Behind you, boys.
501 dead. Nice, I gotta stop this. Nades.
In window, pushing up.
I died, so free.
Use your knockdown.
Yeah.
Raise this one.
Let me use bat. Come to me, zip it. Oh, I'm dead.
Pushing you. Ah.
It's a Japan player with 300 ping just desyncing my ass off, man. Oof.
Damn. There's a lot of Japanese players play both EU and NA.
Yeah, NA is folded.
I'll go grab my food real quick. Already up. Right back.
Everyone is 300 ping on NA.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Zephyr, thank you for 5 months. Welcome back.
I swear to God, I got shot. Remember the
Everything's good.
start
I'll
of
be
this
good
game?
too. Be right back. I'm gonna
I
get my
got
food.
shot around the corner like 2 seconds after I got around the corner. Like I'm not even joking. Like 2 full Mississippis.
Oh yeah. I know that feeling.
Food. I like food. I'm eating fish, chat. Oishii, John. Hi, Abel. Of course, Akashi. Find online? What? Really?
Alright.
Man is ready, by the way. He finally
Man is
fixed it.
ready?
Yeah, after this game he joins.
Alright. I'll look for a group in the meantime.
He's bad, man.
That's fine.
Finally, dude. Fix that shit. Took him all day.
It's a bonsai. One team coming.
Alright.
And they keep on
Yeah,
coming and they keep on coming.
Oh,
take
thank
the
you.
gun.
Thank you.
I have Havoc. I'm ready.
We're going mid, yeah?
They're
No, they're already in middle. They're already in middle. I'm gonna... Wait, they're fighting someone?
Me.
Yeah, Tashin.
Oh. Alright, I'm coming.
There's a PK I want, man.
One's top left, one's dropping on me. 100 on the sash. She's 1 HP. 44 flash on raid.
I knocked one.
I got a Q, I got a Q. Batting. Ash behind you, Tashin.
Revive armor.
Nice. Nice.
Juice.
I'm just trying to eat my food real quick. So you guys loot, I speed on food.
I need food as well, bitch.
I'm sorry.
Wait, I'm hungry, man. Fuck.
I'm eating fish.
Fish.
What kind of fish?
I don't know.
Big fish.
Damn.
I don't know the name. I just know it's freshly caught
Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
from the fish market.
Flexing.
I live on the sea, so you know.
Mm-hmm. That's the best fucking kind of fish, dude. Fresh fish. Yeah. Ooh, purple. There's a blue in here if you want it, Taishin.
Yeah.
Okay. I finished food. I go get water and put my plate away and I'm back. Be back?
Yeah.
Couple minutes or 30 seconds.
Okay.
I'm gonna craft a barrel. Oh, you got a lot of ammo. I'm dropping a...
Fucking stack, baby.
I need optics for a bow check and I'm good. That's basically it.
Oh no, man.
Your RPR's gonna speed run that food, dude.
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm back.
Come to us, yeah.
I had to do PP as well, so. We back. Put plate away, wash hands, pee, wash hands, get water. That's what I did.
Left side.
I got no bats. You guys got bats?
Yeah, I got 4. I got out. Here, dropping you 2.
Okay.
Come here.
I'm here. Thank you. Hey, Setsubo. Setsubo. Nice.
Knock
Nice
one.
knock. You finished one as well, right?
I don't know. Oh yeah, I did.
On the left, running.
Still dead?
No, there's a guy running on my left here. Valkyrie. Running for
On the way.
Same loadout.
I'm zipping us.
Still flying on my left.
They got a Valcolt.
Nah, he can't. He's on me. I can't, bro. He popped the whole Phoenix in front of me. Get him 100.
He's 1.
Nice. He popped the whole Phoenix, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? And I tanked so much from Storm.
Kinda gnarly.
Oh shit, I gotta put this. Worst thing, I see people back on the where you killed the other guy station.
Yeah.
I just saw one person, maybe a guy getting banners or something?
Could be, could be.
Push the load, let's go. I got 6 bats if you guys need them. Who's running like your side station where you are? Like the left side?
It must be gone. Just take the trading go.
Okay. Okay, dude.
Alright, I'm good to go.
That's
I'm
good,
so
Jazzy. Get a little
blind
break
when
from
you fielded, like, in the car like this.
break from Apex.
I'm blind too, dude. Looking at the map and
Everyone's
driving.
blinded. Everyone is blind from this shit, dude.
Someone rest on the left.
Just rest by Hammond.
Send us over.
Yeah.
Zipping roof.
Follow me, crack. I can't hit him. What the fuck is wrong with me? Ash purple. Very low ash. Or like half. Good. Cracked.
Die?
Last guy cracked. I'm just dead, dude. This guy is the best. What's up with people being so good with like nothing in their hands? And go back.
I just wasted 200 energy ammo. The fuck? How fast? Dude, what? I had 240.
Did nothing. Alright.
Oh, it's 8 bats? Fuck. Where did the ash crawl?
After, like call to the back right of the main room.
Another 2 bats here. I got 8 already, bro. Anymore.
I got 6. That's just Valcolt. Coming to you.
Can we even get anywhere with this Valcolt?
Yeah.
Where's the
fly
trident?
Fly over energy with this. That's pretty fair. Valcolt is fat, dude.
Go here. Actually, this is also good. There's people here. We can fight them.
There.
I only saw one Gibby. What did you guys see?
I only saw one scan, yeah.
I'm moving up.
On my left? He's hiding on my left somewhere. Yeah. 590. Dude, how am I dead? What is that?
Healing.
Why is he grabbing it? He's 3 dead. And he finishes me through my knockdown.
Grappling back.
He's getting hard pushed. He's getting hard pushed.
How didn't he die, dude? What?
This player like.
It's finishing me.
Bro, if you play like that, you are so cringe. Like, what?
Oh my god, the homies, all 4 together. What's up?
Yo.
How you doing, dude?
What's up? How's your ranking going?
Teabagging, you little fuck. You look good.
We just
Oh, we just got
ratted
ratted
him,
on by a full team, bro. That's fucking
So you guys are
amazing.
literally worse than them.
Yeah.
You guys lost in 3v3.
Shut the
That's
fuck
why.
up. You lost to a fucking mixer.
I did. I lost when you went to a mixer. 4 hours. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Get fucked, Mandy.
Yeah, at least I didn't lose RP to a mixer.
Well, we gained RP, so.
You probably lost RP to a Facebook streamer. How's that feel, huh?
We duoed and won 3 games almost. I think we
We're
won
about to
2
get the
and got
banners
a
back,
second.
baby. Sipef. Let's go.
Oh, dude, Ship is alive. Let's go, baby.
I don't know if Zip is getting mine. I'm told. Yeah, I don't think Zip is even getting yours.
I'm fucking hiding then. Camping banner.
We're probably their first KP. You know, bet my like. I could bet my fucking ass on it.
You are
fucking
so dog shit, bro.
So annoying.
Absolute trash.
Yeah, do your
piece of shit
emotes.
player. Never gonna be good. You guys are never gonna be good, man. All 3 of you guys are gonna be trash.
Who is
forever.
this? Bro, this is the same team that I think they called us another game, but I think they ratted both games.
Damn, so you guys lost 2 times to the same team.
Yeah, and they're playing console. They're playing console.
Console rats, bro. Like actual trash cans.
Console?
Still on my body, dude. It's still on my body, just teabagging.
Then you're playing
Holy
Zip it.
fuck.
They're teabagging?
Yeah.
Bye
Alrighty,
bye.
boys. Good luck with the grind.
Yo, GG
My
Sipef.
Yeah.
Okay, give me
Yeah,
2 seconds.
I'm not giving you 2
Yeah, Ship
seconds.
started stealing your spot, dude, but I love you.
He gone, bro.
He left already. Cool. I'm talking to
Doesn't care
myself,
about
dude.
you.
So, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna do the sexiest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
How about you do the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my life and you get in the lobby?
I'm in Cascades right now, so it's like,
He's in Cascades, dude. What map is that? Fucking KC? What year is it?
what?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, what year is it?
I don't know. You like my mic? Is it good?
Yeah, dude, it sounds like it's up your ass.
It doesn't sound like it's on my ass.
If it's up your ass cheeks.
No.
Hungry for that.
Turn me up, yeah, my shit low. Yeah, turn me up. Yeah. Get in the fucking lobby, dude.
So it's like,
I'm playing Vampire Survivors, bro. You're pissing me off.
oh no! I lied. I done it for.
Captain Go XLR. That's your new name in my chat, by the way. You know they added a new map to Vampire Survivors?
Vampire Survivors?
Yeah.
You guys play too much. I thought it was one of those like. I thought it was one of those games we're gonna play together only on stream, dude. But you guys are fucking grinding over it, dude. That's crazy.
That is not true.
I'm not paying.
I only play it on stream.
Yeah, not with me and Mr. T. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
fuck you up, guy.
What?
Nah,
I
you
only
play off
played
stream
it on
also, I see.
stream.
Motherfucker,
Okay,
you have 100 hours in the game.
That's the biggest cap of the world.
You have 100. Straight up, 100 hours.
Hey.
All the Japanese streamers are addicted to Vampire Survivors now, because they finally got permission to play it.
Oh.
Because I don't know if you know, in Japan you gotta get permission to play games.
Yeah,
It's called fair use.
they're about to do that in EU also.
Really?
You guys gotta invite me, yeah. Mr. T gotta invite me, or one of you. You guys invite me to Vampire Survivors.
Tex.
Oh, I accidentally invited Rouse.
What do you mean they're about to do it
No.
in EU? Since when?
Where are you, bro?
It was about to be a EU thing. My name is Lost to a Mixer.
I'll find you.
There, I found him.
Where is it, bro?
You invited me to Vampire Survivors, motherfucker.
Join, dude.
Yeah, what? Vampire? You wanna fucking duo queue or what?
Yeah, join up.
I can't. You're invited
Lost
to
to a
Vampire.
mixer. Yeah, I got you.
You found him, Tishin?
Yeah,
Thanks, Mr. T.
got you, bro.
Lost to a mixer. I actually lost to the whole platform of Mixer. A Twitch streamer. I'm the best at fucking Vampire Survivors. Like, it's not even funny, dude. I've created... Apparently, you can kill the Reaper, by the way. You know that? on library, you can, if you go top right or some shit, you can get an item that makes it so you can kill Reaper, and then you unlock him as a playable character.
You can kill Reaper RPR? You can kill that guy?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Why?
Then
No, you didn't know that? The permission, you was about to make it so you had to, if you had to stream anything, you had to ask for permission to do it.
Okay, well it's... Fuck, dude. That's how it is in Japan, but like...
Do you know how old the average age was on the people that decided it?
Like 85.
I think it was 56.
I was close.
They didn't even know what the internet is, dude. Back when they were kids, they were playing with rocks, dude.
But that got
Like,
denied, though, didn't it?
yeah, it did. But how do they... Dude, how's that even a thing, dude?
A lot of stupid shit like that happens.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
pretty sure
how did you
Japan's
get
law
that
is
far?
also gonna change. Japan's law is very outdated. I'm pretty sure it's gonna change so that everyone can fucking juice. Garlic enjoyers getting chat.
Damn, Vampire Survivors one trick, dude.
This is my first game in like weeks.
And in weeks?
Yeah, I don't know when we last played, but must have been over a week now. And if it's more than 1 week, then it's multiple weeks. Even if it's 1 day of another week.
Let me see. 2 sec. Let me pull up your Steam profile right now.
This guy sniping.
22 hours in Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, probably like 21 of that was while playing Apex.
80% completion of the game.
I'm pretty good. What can I say? Dude? My builds are insane.
Holy shit, dude.
I'm pretty fucking good. You're just molding because you're not as good as me.
That's good as you. I would smoke you in any game like that. How do you know that?
Yeah, Mandy's Maple Story main.
Bro, I played Maple Story while Manny was still in his diapers, dude.
No, dude. Maple Story, I was a Maple Story grinder.
I was a fucking gold tier grinder, and I still... I grinded that game. I grinded that game since I was like 9 until I was like 20 something, okay? I never stopped. You stopped probably like when you were 15.
20 something,
okay?
that's like 10 years ago.
Fuck off.
Holy shit, dude.
I am the Maple Story main.
Who played Fantasy Tennis 10 years ago?
Fantasy Tennis. Dude, who the fuck played fantasy football? I have some motherfuckers in my class that played that shit unironically, dude.
Unironically.
Like, go outside or some shit. I don't know, shoot some people. In-game, you know?
Of course. I got middle, by the way. You guys need to hurry up. They're pushing me already. I believe that they were pushing me, but they're not. Never mind. I'm just panicking.
You're a liar, man.
I heard him go
You're a wheezy little liar.
Okay, did. At least I didn't lose to a mixer.
No, that's okay.
I think they jumped below.
You practically lost to a mixer.
I'm going outside this. Let's fucking go.
You practically lost to a mixer, Shimmer, you know that.
55 on a path.
I'm going left door.
And he's thinking me completely.
Pat is one. Pat is really one. Pat is dead.
I'm sure the guy who's walking is dead.
I mean, I closed the door and I'm still dead.
He's dead.
Last guy here.
Didn't.
Fucking high finger.
Fucking god.
Maple Story when it came out was like in EU. It's like the best fucking game ever, dude. And that's not even.
It's still one of the best games.
That's
one of the best games.
It's not even a cap, but like, okay, but now it's kind of like oversaturated. You got too much shit. Back then, when it was simple, thief, wizard, warrior, hunter, or what? Wasn't hunter, but archer, and fucking. Like it was like you got like what 6 classes or something. Then you playing thief was like my favorite. You would play thief and get like mobby stars and shit.
Would you be the would you be the starter or would you be the fucking you know, the other one, you know?
Stars.
The one that used the fucking knives and shit, you know?
Always stars.
Yeah. I didn't have money for stars back then, so I scammed people.
Oh, you ass.
I would do drop game. I would do drop game, against people, and I'll be like, yeah, you guys start, and I'll show the item I would drop, and it would always be like almost as worth as their item would be, but a little bit more, you know, because I'm the ultimate scum ass dude. I would play drop game, I would take his item, I'd just fucking leave the world instantly.
No.
Well,
This guy.
Oh, scammer, dude.
well, I don't fuck, dude.
No fucking around, bro. Competitive gamer.
Yeah, dude, he
Got
probably,
the item.
he probably learned now. They're probably like, damn, I should never trust this guy.
True.
Did you ever get scammed? I got scammed multiple times. Well, multiple, like 2 times in my life.
Yeah.
Different games, of course.
Dude, fucking hell! I got scammed in RuneScape by my friend. Dude.
By your friend?
Because I was not my dad didn't want to. My dad thought like paying for monthly subscription was a scam, right?
Yeah.
So one of my friends was a member, and you know, members in RuneScape, they make way more money than people that fucking are like it's so paid to win, right? They like do a bunch of membership and get a crazy amount of money and shit. And then there's these things called flags, I think it is. You can pick up, you use for like bow stuff or whatever, right? He said, okay, you can lend my RuneScape account, but I earn 50% of everything you earn. And I was like, damn, fuck, dude. I would go like 10 hours, dude, right? I would sit for 10 hours straight, just run back and forth through bank with like flag stacks, right? And they were worth fucking nothing, dude. And I didn't know you can make them to bowstrings. So I would straight up just take half my flags, go sell them at a like auction house, make no money at all. And my friend, he would make them into bowstrings like 10x his profit, dude.
Oh my god.
He didn't tell you?
Nah, I didn't say shit, dude.
On purpose or what?
That's crazy.
He didn't say on purpose or what?
Yeah. He didn't want to say it, dude.
What?
I don't know if it was because like he didn't want to say it or he actually just thought I fucking knew.
I think probably thought you knew. What would you fucking keep that a secret? Who are we fighting? Is it 2 teams?
Like yeah, split as fuck, right? That's split as fuck.
Just give me 70 headshot. Crack that, give me 40 flush.
Can't fucking see him.
Please kill him.
He's reloading now.
Gib is moving again.
I'm fucking ready to fuck him.
I was ready last night.
Fuck him?
I'm landing on him, boys.
Do it.
I'm landing other side.
Dude, still down here. Team is all the way up and the other guys.
Give me crack, give me crack. He's gonna bubble. Knocked him. 41 blue on 5.
I cracked him. I'm coming, full sense again.
Why the fuck is that guy charge rifling me here when he has 2 people on him?
He wants to kill you, motherfucker. That's why.
Hey, mama, welcome back. Wasn't that bad? Got some good RP. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
I'm enemy number 1.
I have L-star devotion. I'm stacked. No cap.
Damn, video gaming, dude.
L-star devotion, dude. How much ammo are you carrying? 400?
Yes, how you know?
I fucking just started feeling this.
Yeah, exactly 400, bro.
Good per gamer now, are you? Yeah, Mr. M is back from Elden Ring. He finally defeated the Mixer, the hardest boss in the game.
Right on. Unlocked, I mean. I'm sneezing.
Bless you. One guy's above you, Pathfinder.
I'm killing him. Just focus on team downstairs, right?
Yes, I'm dead.
Nine.
These guys have a teammate somewhere, or is this all?
Over there on my ping. Right on my ping. Over there.
He's running out.
He's cracked. Behind the rock.
I'm going closer. Take me home. Come on, pussy. Piggy.
All I see is a pixel of him, dude.
Wow.
Nice.
Does he have energy ammo?
No, mega lol.
Fuck yeah. No mega lol, fuck you lol.
Yeah, the hardest boss,
mega lol, fucking lol.
hardest boss in
Oh my god.
Elden Ring is Mixer. Man,
I
beat him, though.
I
Almost
was
200
stuck on a
energy.
boss for a little bit yesterday. I got a little bit mad.
200?
Yeah, almost
I
200.
was I was stuck for a little bit on a boss.
Really? You got a little
Yeah,
bit now?
I was starting to I don't know. It's like it's not really I'm mad at the game. I'm mad at myself. You know, does that make sense?
For being mad? For being
No,
bad?
because like I know the mechanics, dude, right? But for some fucking reason, I think this is the time where I can get one extra hit in, dude.
And then you get smacked.
But I can't. And then like I get fucking smoked, and I'm like, oh, okay, I shouldn't have tried and hit there. Then I get to the same point in the boss again, and I'm like,
And
you know
you
what,
tried
fuck
it
it, I'll
again.
try again. And let's die again. I'm like, oh my god. That's crazy.
The classic, dude. What's up, Matty? The classic fucking losing to mechanics, bro.
Wanna walk out and then just get the best spot?
Yeah.
But wait though.
Losing to patience. We could scan
What
the
is the
zone.
zone?
We could
Scan
go
zone.
high ground and
It
scan
goes up
zone.
here, right?
Yeah.
Zone
Up
ends
here.
up there.
Up there, I think.
We could go here and just scan.
Yeah.
Is there people there? I don't think there. I don't think there is. Let's go.
There's the team up here.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? Fucking weirdos, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck that. Where we going?
Up. Yeah, fuck it.
Just
I'm going
go
up.
to this house. Maybe. It's probably gonna be taken. But they're charging their Evo on us.
Leaving here, bro. Fuck that.
I'm not. Take me home, na na na. You wanna go over here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
On the building.
I'm ready.
it's probably gonna be taken, but yeah.
Someone follows the map.
It was a
No, it's
solo.
not taken.
Well, don't say that until they get in there.
Dude, how can you be so bad with a red gun? Please, bro.
With a red gun?
Bro, he has a G7 and misses every shot.
I've seen you whiff a few times with the wingman, the Kraber session.
I'm talking about G7 here, bro. Okay.
Oh, dude, I thought you said red gun. I said red gun.
Yeah, G7.
Okay, only, okay.
So,
Yeah.
Scrabber's not a red gun, it's a gold gun.
No, it's red.
No.
It's gonna be blue soon with the new character.
Diamond, dude.
It's gonna be great, dude.
Enemy.
They're gonna remove crab soon.
I hope so.
They are. That's why they're gonna make it a new character. Dude, if I go up in a tree, do you think they're gonna? Do you think they can see me?
I don't know. Depends if they have wall hack or not. I got 3 cells only now. But 6 pets.
Yeah, I got 10 cells, so.
You giving? Or you just saying?
Oh, yeah, I can give you.
Okay, I got
Please
7.
end up here. Gonna eat.
Dude, I'm gonna run you. I don't know if they can see me here.
I can't even see you, bro. I'm on your team. Alright, I'm gonna sit on this door and let's all get sent differently.
Dude, why is the tree moving like the? Wait, what? Have you guys ever noticed the trees move? It's not just only the petals or whatever.
But the whole tree moves? Well, the
Yeah.
top branches move, yeah.
No, but this entire thing, look at it. It's swaying back and forth. Leaves, that's what it's
No,
called. Petals.
only the top parts. Wouldn't.
Dude, I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at it from here. The bottom of it is not swaying. I think you're smoking dick, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
The tree is definitely not moving. I'm right below it.
The tree trunk, maybe?
It's not
But like
moving.
all these right here.
Yeah, those top branches, they're supposed to move.
Yeah, but like the big ones.
Yeah,
The fat
'cause it's
ones.
blowing wood.
Hmm.
No one knows when Split 2 of Prologue will begin. It's delayed because of Ukraine. Would I mold if they nerf Wingman? They already nerfed it like 6 times, dude. I don't care anymore.
Wait, what are you saying?
Would I mold if they nerf Wingman? They already nerfed it like 6 times. Like, what can they do to it that they haven't done to it already?
Less damage.
Yeah.
I'm staying here. I think this is the perfect play. Because I'm pretty sure it ends right there.
I'm staying on my door. Can you not fuck with my door, dude?
No.
My door is perfectly fine. Could be put in the care package. Yeah, they put women in the
This
care
guy has
package. whatever.
unlimited G7 ammo.
Yeah. Nah. Do you think there's a bloodhound in this game? I don't think so.
Chances are pretty high.
Nah. Dude, alright, listen here, Alright, if they come, I'm gonna have to ask you to TP me. If I really need it. You know, if they start shooting me, because if I queue over, I'm dead, I think.
So your life is in my hands.
No cells anymore, 2 bats only.
I got 6 bats. You want some?
I got 6 as well.
Drop down. Alright, I'll give you half my cells too. Here.
Damn, we got
Yeah.
zone. Who would have thought? Not me. Yo, Mandy, how about I bait him into you?
That's what I'm saying.
Like this left team, I like get cracked and queue back and pretend like, oh no, I'm fucked. Yeah, they're still there. Come on, crack me. Come on. Oh shit, what the fuck is close? It's a bloodhound. 45 purple and bloodhound. 76 headshot on Bangalore. Money,
Keep
that's
on
a
my right moving.
that's a bloodhound, man.
Shut up. No, it's not. Yeah,
It's
it
still
is.
looking. The bloodhound is still looking.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm worried, but don't worry about me.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm just saying, so you know. 111 this Pathfinder.
They're walking out to me.
Yeah, the left team.
Yeah, right here. Look. Just wait, just wait. I'm gonna one clip one of them, okay?
Okay. But there is a lot of teams around us.
Or just force their bubble or some shit, alright? Can they play behind that?
One
Yeah, they
team's
can.
flying in the air from Rift. Well, if they play that, they're cornered.
They're flying in. The fuck, they're flying in.
On us?
Danny, under, guys. Under. You guys got that, dude.
They're queuing up. He threw
Yeah,
an
you guys
ult on you,
got that.
Tashin. He fucking missed.
They're fighting over here. I'm staying here.
Batting. Where are they below us?
Here one.
Did one of them die? Oh no, Tashin, I'm shooting your feet.
Yoink.
It's okay, I can finish that for you. left. Dead.
Alright, guys, wait. I'm too sick. These guys are mega trading.
Really? How do I get up here? I have to go all the way here. We got zone. We got hella zone, dude. We should not be trolling.
I can't cross over here. Can you follow me? Can you follow me?
Yeah, I'll try. They might take our building, man. We gotta stop trolling.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't do anything.
Yeah, they're looking to take it. What do you mean don't do anything? If we get pushed by 3 people, then what can we do?
There's only one guy alive over here.
What are these head glitches? This is disgusting.
Jim. Dude, there's full 2-man coming behind us. I fucking knocked them.
Oh no, you just brought them to us?
No, they're only duo. I couldn't kill them. He had like 3 armor swaps.
He's on the left.
Hard left side.
I knocked one of them though.
I'm playing spoiler for them. They really want me out of that corner, huh?
No.
We can't let them have this building, man. They're smoking and getting closer.
Oh.
I can't see through smoke, dude. Is that a Revenant ult?
No.
One team is thinking of moving too.
I'm nading that fucking respawn beacon, he's rezzing. I'm healing. Cracked him, the Bangalore. Both cracked. I'm gonna arc. I'm gonna nade.
I did so much damage there.
45 flush. Knocked one. I'm gonna heal now. There's one more there. Man, he's rezzing.
Yeah.
He fucking got it. It's the last guy, man. Just kill him.
Yeah, I can't see him through the smoke though. I still can't kill him.
Cracked him. Kill him. Just one team left. Gotta heal.
Batting.
Can I play this fence?
Yeah, come
go to the box real quick.
The fuck, bro?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna loot box.
I don't have ammo. Fuck.
Armor's up here.
I'm fine.
Take me home. How does still have 100 bullets?
Ooh, they're on the ramp. Right in front of us on the ramp.
They are?
Grappling.
Up.
Roll on crack. Last one crack.
I can't punch him.
Last one.
Boom.
On the roof.
So say.
Fell first. Lifeline.
11. Easy push.
Nice.
That game felt like 30 minutes. Scrim game, dude.
That was a long fucking game, yeah.
GG. We're winners today, Tashin.
We are winning today.
Today we woke up as winners. Are you close? How much RP? You're close to 13k? Manda has 14k and he's not pred.
Oh.
What is pred?
Everyone farming. Bro, it is not even season split at all. It's not even close at all. Like, imagine how far it's gonna be. Like 20k for Pred.
Yeah.
What do you know when the split is gonna be?
No.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Let's see the Pred list. I'm really interested. 750 is 14.2k. So amount is pretty close. Pretty sure I had a split where I ended with 21k RP and I wasn't Pred. I was message. Alright, see me, chat. Don't know if that's gonna happen, never selfish. 3 people playing on 300 ping, not fun. Was it season 10? I don't know. Maybe selfish when we're in Japan. We might join something like that. But like from up home on 300 ping doesn't sound very fun at all. It's different when I'm playing with 2 people who are like decent ping and I'm on bad ping. But when all 3 people are on bad ping, it's rough. It's 300 ping, not 200. 200 only if you use VPN, and even then, like, it's not that good. You have a diamond team landing right here.
I'm only one of this guy.
Just fucked up my drop side.
Maybe I'll win, maybe I'll lose.
I don't have a gun. Still don't have a gun.
You good, Mr. T?
No.
Come up.
Oh fuck. 45
Where is
he?
And below his flash. Maybe I'm swap.
Manda, you good? I think I'm helping Mr. M. He's getting zipped on.
Knock 2.
Okay, dude.
All 3 dead.
Oh my god, bro. Holy shit.
No. Yes.
They had golden knockdown.
There was the steps on my side. I'm coming to you guys. This side building.
Okay.
I'm selling and then pump what's it called? Med kit.
Okay. I'm getting an angle on this push. Where are they? Whoa, lag. Hell lag. My game crashed.
Right
my game full on crashed.
Oh.
Dude, unlucky. Golden armor, golden knockdown. Damn. Would be a shame if you accidentally fell off the map too.
Shut the fuck up. Who is lost on Mixer?
That would be
It's
weird.
Ninja.
Yeah, true.
Playing with Ninja right now.
Yeah. Just no blue hair and no millionaire. Next to us. Mr. T.
I'm here, bro. I'm coming, roof.
Over here.
Reconnecting right now.
Getting cold, serious.
They ran away, I think.
I'm back.
You getting what?
No, oh good, nothing. They ran? Yeah.
I got no KP because this guy killed everyone.
Yeah, my bad, dude. I should have just died.
Honestly, yeah. Purple armor. Battery here.
I got 6. Or 4, I mean. What's purple armor?
Yeah, I fucking pinged it
You
and
take
called
that.
it.
I'm getting it soon. Whoa.
301 energy back.
Let's fucking go.
It's gonna be a message. One more political
Wait,
thing
the
in
speaker
chat, you
didn't
get
take over.
permabanned. Insanity. One more political thing in chat, you get permabanned.
Let's go, baby.
That purple fuck off.
How motherfuckers?
You ready?
We're just leaving
I'm-
purples behind?
I'm 27 damage off. I'm good.
That's a perma dippy.
They can't be that far away.
I heard them shoot before.
Keep driving, I guess.
I'm hitting this.
Also, like, I mean, what's
Rift
happening
and
in Russia and
augers.
Ukraine is not something we should be discussing on stream. And secondly, just because, you know, their leader is an asshole doesn't mean we should be cursing out a whole country, okay? And thirdly, it's a fucking video game stream. We come here to relax and not think about shit like that. And you're coming in here and being a fucking asshole, reminding us all what's happening in the real world that we don't want to think about. Oh fuck, man!
So bad, so bad.
No, I jumped out. Oh. I got Goomba Stomp. Ah! Dude, what are you playing with me like a pinball?
The thing is too high, bro. It doesn't work. You just can't
Bouncing me around like a yo-yo. Dude. Where is he?
I'm typing it low.
They're crafting.
Go ahead.
Fucking boosting here.
Full time?
Full time, baby. Oh! Whoa! 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 I went over somehow.
Knocked.
How, dude? I didn't get to shoot yet.
I hit all 3, like with the missile.
I got Norig.
65.
Don't die, don't
Right
die.
here. Die, motherfucker, I'm knocked.
Yeah, like we're finished.
New team.
I can't fucking hit
Maybe
him.
you can rest me after he got killed.
You armor swapped. You armor swapped again.
I'm fucking.
Oh, nice. Good shot. He's pushing you. Easy. Doing that. Nice.
Nice
Good
shot.
shots.
Holy shit, man! Like I headshot him, he swaps, and then I hit him 3 more times with wingman. Then I got a spike like in between of a shotgun fight.
Damn,
Dude,
I
the
got
car sent me flying above. I had to queue out because I ended up here.
Yeah, I was. I wanted to stand up there, but.
Yeah,
I
me
fell
too.
down.
But all 3 people were looking, dude. They're fighting like towards Rip. Damn, this one is 300 from red. You're 280.
Oh, that's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good.
Oh, they're fighting here.
Fuck, am I pick some other shit up? There.
They're literally fighting on this like balcony. Over there.
I feel like there's a bolt in one of these boxes. No way, man.
I only found a green one, so.
I'll find a perp right here. Right here.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Copium right here.
Come on.
Right here, copium. Yeah,
Copage.
right now. Maximum. Oh, right in front of us, Tishin.
I'm sliding in.
Just a rampart. Hit her 45 purple. She went on the bottom right. Below the bridge. One guy on the roof. Gibby. Crack Gibby. Gibby dead. He's on the zip here.
Did you kill him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Alright, big time.
Valkyrie's gonna go for res. Yeah, he's trying to go for res. Guy here, front door. Blood on headshot.
I'll kill the Valk.
Blood on headshot here. Blood on crack. The shit, I'm shitting on these guys.
What do you mean? Dude, the fall right there is fucking, it's like nothing. I killed like instantly.
That guy died, so it's now just a full
like
team.
instantly almost, there's no shot.
Is it 2 teams?
Only one
or
of them died. Yeah, I don't know.
Crack the blood on. How are we gonna get that fucking banner?
The banner?
Yeah, I think you need to walk. You need to go there and then walk ult out to me.
It's free, don't worry about it.
Worry about it a little bit.
It's a guy below that.
I don't see
Just
anyone
go rest me
there.
on the left side, Session.
Oh, it's 2 teams, right?
Yeah, it is. It's only one guy died, completely.
19 seconds.
Yeah, just go left. Yeah, it's on 2. That's it?
It is, yeah.
Oh my god, 1 HP.
We're good, we're chilling.
Oh my god, 1 HP.
Yeah, get on my loot, big time.
Solo's Valkyrie.
There's Valk holding, yeah.
It's a solo. This team is running ahead of us.
Position revealed by Ash. Do.
All the pieces of you fit perfectly. This guy is getting shit on, the blood on the shit.
It's all around here.
Pull him back a little bit.
I am moving.
Ah, no ammo. I'm gonna go look for ammo. Perfect. Perfect. Only got 2 KP, bro.
Same. Assist to assist.
Because this motherfucker killed all of them on no drop. Didn't get us anything.
I have 5k pistol.
Yeah, you got 3 on your own.
He's so low over here.
Dude, how I'm shooting my wingman, bro, I'm gonna start carrying fucking 400 ammo, dude.
They're walking all the way around from energy, these guys.
Yeah, but someone's closer, no? Yeah, they're in here, in the building, It's a fuse.
I'll take the spot from the energy guys. I got Higrunde. Where are they? Here?
In the building. Is that blood on cracked or no?
They're right here.
Motherfuckers.
I hit him once on them.
Can't fucking see them. Take
One leg.
45 red.
45, 45 red again. What is 41 red?
45 red and blood on.
All
the pieces you did perfectly. I'm breaking the door. They're getting sandwiched.
Wait, we are?
Not there. 76 headshot on Bangalore.
Dude, I can't hit this guy. Can't hit the Bloodhound. I got that in like 80 times.
1 HP on fucking Bangalore again.
Oh, finally, red armor.
I need more heavy again.
I feel like there's gonna be a team behind us. No?
Oh yeah. I have a feeling this time.
6 watts.
Behind us.
16.
Croatian, look at me. Yeah.
I'm walking up.
It's a vault, I got it. I need heavy.
I got 120. I can take the vault if you don't want it. I give you all my heavy.
Wingman vault.
Dude, what is this fucking gun? Triple tucker, dude.
Triple take.
I got some heavy, I'm good. Like 100 now. Yeah, we kinda have to fucking overrun them there, like, or play here.
How is that a mess?
Oh, it's free. We're in here. We just play around this. Right? Wouldn't it be stupid to start a fight?
Yeah, we play in the trenches. I think this Bloodhound's alone here. Headshot the Bloodhound. Went back inside. Is anyone in there, man?
Idiot team. Only team.
Oh yeah, they're outside.
Swipe this idiot.
Oh. No, we shouldn't.
No?
We die.
I saw full teams.
If you get entry, there's one guy in the building now here.
If we get entry, we just finish that guy and that's it.
Yeah.
There's
Headshot 71 fuse.
Oh shit.
You guys have a lot of cells? Oh, 5. Thank you.
I have 1 cell.
Manda gave me.
Yeah, I got you. Two. We gotta hold behind us too.
I think we're gonna be good behind us, right?
There's a team right here. I know it. There's gonna be a full team right there. So there's only gonna be 4 more teams we need to worry about.
Well, there's 2 teams on the left here. And 1 team on the right.
Alright.
No, there's 3 teams on the left here. They're below here, look.
There is?
How can I hit that?
I can't see it.
Cracked one.
Team here looking. I have 1 cell left.
Here. Give you my last bat.
I need one guy.
Bats. They're fucking fighting crazy, dude.
45 flash. Yeah, just wait.
Like knocked one. Cracked another one.
90 dead. All 3 dead. Or all dead on the left side, I think.
There's 2 more teams on the left side, 1 on the right.
Yeah.
Top 500 blue.
Body, headshot, body, headshot, Bangalore.
No.
Crab right there.
Pathfinder, right?
Yeah, I think so.
They're raising the other guy. Blood on one. Knocked him.
They're probably just gonna fucking run up and take our spot though, right?
Just stay there. You stay there. Horizon one. I'm healing Tashin. Finish the horizon, Tashin.
I ain't too bad, bro. I don't have a bat. Fuck.
Just hold.
We're good.
Okay. It's a duo on the left and a trio on you, Mande.
You have to go to Mandy.
Yeah, we do.
One jump down here. Did you guys get the crab?
Yeah,
I didn't. Okay,
good.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Here, Tashin.
So it's duo here.
Duo here and trio over here.
And a fusion.
Focus the trio.
Yeah, but duo might grief us.
We're in the zone. This team.
Just don't let the duo run into us. We'll make them go trio. They keep looting us, but it's bad. They don't
have Ash either.
Yeah, it's Horizon again. Going over.
No, 150, 160.
Nice. Give his
That
down.
guy.
Yeah, focus the team right now.
Yeah.
They have selfers left team.
We found one guy.
That Ash is selfers. Just the full team.
I got shit on. I'm healing.
You're fine. I need heavy ammo. Do you guys have heavy? I have 12.
No.
Mine, they're heavy.
I have 40. Here.
Fuck. We win on default. They're on us.
We should go on that guy.
I'm healing.
45 on him.
Popping one more still.
Oh, I'm dead. Stop resting.
Can't have that then. Oh no. Damn, we take a pick like that. Unlucky.
Fucking smoke, dude. Climbs up in the smoke, man.
We split way too hard there.
I'm just on roof chilling. I could just jump off actually.
Yeah, two of us had to
Below
jump
me.
off. Well, I had to jump off for sure. Because I got cracked. I like how there's no audio to this bloodhound completely running to my part of the building, like, and he's just there, dude.
Zero kills.
It's just E-knock, man.
Fuck.
It's just E-knocked.
We're on NA now. You now. Join our pack.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Wait, I need to switch to any. You guys joining me?
I tried to find you.
Oh, we're in NA?
I'm on NA.
Yeah, you right now. I can't find our pack.
Yeah, my shit says.
Wait, have you been playing NA the entire time?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even fucking notice, dude.
You're not on for me, bro. Yeah.
Wait, let me see if I invite you. Yeah, I can't even invite you guys. Like, what is going on? I need to restart my game. So cringe.
Wait, did you restart? Okay.
Yeah, I'm restarting my game right now. We have altered this. There we go. Join.
Yeah.
Hey man, this is a predator, dude.
That's crazy.
Wow.
It's nuts.
I can't ready up.
Why?
You're bronze.
Really?
Let me ready up and pause.
It doesn't work like that. It don't ready you.
Fine range. Ready up, man. They're fine range.
Yeah.
So much issues with this fucking lobby of this game. 13 in queue, bro. Like what? Why you not Pred? Why you not Pred? Why not Pred?
Why?
Shit it on. Can't see anything. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're lucky. I would have fucking will 2-tap you right there.
Why not Pred? Why not Pred? Why you not Pred?
Green.
Green.
What are you doing, Green?
What is your problem, Green? What is your problem, Green?
Green.
Green, what are you doing, Green? Green.
Me say alone ramp. Me say alone ramp. Go back.
Green. Me say alone ramp. Juice. I'm so weak.
Mandy?
Who's jump master?
Me.
Pug champ. Why no Pred? One team?
Yeah.
I'll go here.
Ah,
That was
perfect
shit,
timing,
the
motherfucker.
champ warlord. She was the champ. Yo, funky sauce, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me know, man. Appreciate you.
Let's go, baby. Come on here.
Trapped one. Chat hoppers, bro. The best.
That was shit. He's a warlord and a champion.
Dog shit armor.
Dropping a sandwich. Dropping juice.
Yeah.
Ooh, left side. This guy's alone on the left. 45 blowing him.
I'm ready to go fuck. I'm only one in.
I go. Oh no, fuck, I fucked up.
All three on me.
70 on blood.
Oh, thank you. Huh?
70 on raid. This is winnable. I'm far.
I'm running. They're scanning me. Red crack. Blood 45 blue. I'm batting it.
Red crack. 40 flash.
He just rolled me. Cracked him though. Here.
Oh, shit. Fuck him, fuck him.
We knocked each other apparently.
Traded. I'm
Bubblers maybe?
I just fucking used bubble. Oh. Put it down, put your thing down.
I'm trying to come to you. Left.
140 on that guy. No shot.
Yeah, self-rest. Please, third party. Game. Yeah.
There is a third party. They're finishing us. They're finishing us.
Oh man. Why do you have devotion already with too much?
Hey.
This is fucking gang, dude.
I can't do it. Loki wanna play Seer, let's go. Yo, this is Seer's new Riskin. Midnight, it looks good.
Here, dude. Sheer enjoyers. Holy shit.
I'm bored, man. Let's kill some PvE mobs.
Close your eyes. I should play Elden Ring between queues soon.
You could pull off a boss fight too.
Can you pause in boss fights?
No.
Okay.
Really? You can't?
No, you can't.
What if you open, like, if you press escape, it will still kill you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Interesting.
Or if you just like right before they attack, you just press escape, and then be like, okay, I have to roll a little soon, and then you unescape, and then you roll, and then you escape again and see the next attack, and then you know.
I
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. You can cheese it like that. Oh, cool game.
Quickie.
Good loving, baby, I'ma throw my heart away. Daytime.
Where's the chicken, dude?
Let's go, baby.
Look at all them oh, no.
Look at all them chickens. Yeah.
There's 3 teams on the left. I'm going this. Mind that you got like 2 teams letting you alone.
Yeah, I know. That's very unlucky.
Give me one on me. Dr. Gibby. Let's kill him.
I got P20.
One team dead. Got 12, I got 12 light bullets.
He's pushing me.
I need light ammo.
I need help.
The Shin's got you.
So bad! So bad! Please! 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 Just stop! Never play the game again!
Please!
Behind me, dude,
bad.
here.
So bad.
Mama, thank you for watching.
That's the worst player I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a lot of people that are bad.
There's people in the right building now. Right
I
here.
got a rampage.
Oh, Andy. Okay, I'm batting. Careful, man, right side, close.
Dude, I shit on one, but like, how the fuck did he just double headshot me?
Same, he did the same shit to me.
I can't see them. You have to get back a little bit.
Behind, full team. No, who's this?
I stunned someone, man, they're behind me.
It's another team is this.
That guy's
Knocked
close.
him.
Nice. Guy on the left, crack. Blood on 1 HP. Headshot the Octane, crack the Octane. How many people are we fighting? You can maybe bubble res. You can bubble res. Or maybe not even
No,
with
again, he's
bubble.
right next to me.
Why? I'll give you shield.
Oh, I can't do anything.
They're
I have
so
no
bad.
bullets, nothing, dude. There's
Okay,
10
we're
cares.
We're not dropping on Oasis hot drop anymore. I don't want to let him with 14, bro.
There's
So
10
boring.
cares, dude.
Let's see if this guy streams. Double headshot bow, dude.
Better than you.
He double headshot me.
He headshot me and double headshot you. Damn, I thought I was good with the bow. Apparently not.
No.
An absolute nobody 10K'd.
His stream doesn't even exist, you know? Fucking cheating.
This is enough. Should have reported him. Lately, cheaters have been
back-to-back headshot.
Lately, cheaters have been
Maybe
enjoying snipers a lot. I've been fighting a lot of cheaters with snipers. Lately,
Oh, cheaters.
yeah, just cheaters with a bunch of snipers.
Shut the fuck up!
Danablo, I think we're giving tier 1 to Team Wake AM. Appreciate you. You guys are tanky, man. Boom. Rune Tracer is so strong in this game, chat. Especially with a duplicate and a spinach.
Holy shit, dude.
Hey, Mike. Wow. 7 days a week, that's the life I lead. I'm pretty strong now. I'm strong. I'm strong. Deleting everyone.
Back home, Arcade, go.
No, 2 teams, 3 teams.
They're here.
Yeah, so I plan to.
Yeah, this one Tajim meant by home.
True, this is second home.
No, Tashin meant Oasis until
Oh.
Yeah, it was. Oasis is main home.
We're free, yeah.
This is plan B home.
Plan B, baby. Purple armor. Now. Pick it up.
No, I don't need.
Blue?
No need over it. I need sentinel, that's what I need, bro.
I need this.
Offer you one?
Rampage.
I
I need that. That's what I need.
Disgusting, bro. What did the mixer fuck you, bro?
Yeah. It doesn't. Literally.
That sucks with you.
Full
Straight up.
stress, man.
Good night, Eliza. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's unlucky. At least I have a second mic. Imagine if I didn't have a mic at all, I would have been fucking tilted.
Hey, what are you using right now?
My wave.
Really? What happened?
Yeah.
So the mixer shit doesn't work?
No. Doesn't.
What are you gonna do?
Buy a new mixer.
Really? Can you just return that one?
Yeah, but it'll probably take over a month.
You buy the same or a different one?
I'll buy the mini version this time. I don't need the big one.
Someone hit this joint, bro.
That thing you have, that goes perfect with dual, right? Dual PC.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that PC, I guess.
I'm excited. Do you know when the PCs are gonna get shipped or anything?
That's what I was about to say. I don't know, bro. I'm waiting.
They're fighting over here, by the way.
Doing something real quick.
Okay.
I'll grab the car and come. I see media.
If I get that new PC, I'm going crazy. Setups, everything, new setups. OBS, new OBS settings, everything. Alerts, all the juice. I need that, bro. Please.
I already have one.
I created one.
I'll just give you mine.
I'm gonna open it.
What guy?
There's people on high ground here in Rift, bro.
They're fucking out.
They left?
They just straight just padded out. Yeah, just padded out. Straight out.
Kringe?
How am I gonna hit that?
Oh no. Kringe. I can do them all if you want.
Yeah, baby.
Shoot that shit.
Fine. They're in here.
Good two on guy.
Huge.
They're inside now.
No, they're not.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Fancy. I'm pushing that.
26 more guy.
Guy with Diva, dude.
98 on one guy.
The fuck is this bullshit? Just be healthy.
Oh my god, I did so much fucking damage to all of them.
Yeah, you need to bubble on the top side of the bridge. The only way we get across. Cause I'm dying when going halfway.
Do so much damage right now. Yeah, I know.
We can't do anything on the damage.
I know. I'm ready. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'll let you guys deal goal.
Headshot 86 on Octane. No.
Oh, you guys blocked it.
They're right.
They run away, dude. Again?
150, 60.
On who?
On who?
Horizon?
Fort. Norik!
Dude, oh my god. Dude.
I'm going for a raid.
I need the ammo. I need to take ammo real quick. No
They're
ammo.
fighting me. can't see.
I'm going ham.
Not only can I...
100 this guy. New team. Bog.
I can't do shit. Dude.
Run around, just run around. Just run.
Okay.
Third party central. God. They're full sipping three
Our
man left
team
side.
here. On the middle, in the middle.
They're
Don't go middle.
Full sipping on you, Akar.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen.
They're running back. Yeah. They ran back. Mr. Reaper.
Can you get that fucking banner?
No chance. Not yet. They might. If that team push in the middle, they're pushing them right now. Let them push them. And I get the banner.
Okay. Yeah, they're fighting right now on his banner. We couldn't even kill them, honestly, dude.
They're right there, bro. Alright, get the banner. I'm ulting.
In front of me. They're running.
Had this.
41 blue and red.
Fuck it, let's rest.
What the fuck is going on, dude? I just looted mine. Pog. Need your meds anyway.
Nice. Yeah.
Any bets on them?
Nope.
Let's go.
I have two here. You can go. You can have one.
They're coming. Fuck.
Can you run or no?
Oh, you can.
I'm gonna go res mine up the hill. If you survive, you survive.
What is
If not-
that? Climb, bro.
If not, I'll just grab your shit.
Motherfucker, dude.
Good night, dream.
Motherfucker. Blahan ulting noob.
I hope they get thirded. That'd be nice.
Outstack and masters, of course.
Just like
What
you
else?
guys.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
What?
It's fine, you get my ass now,
You-
right?
you're
Just run
you're
straight to
very
me, bro.
good, man.
Oh
Relax.
shit, I'm not even pred right now. I just took my spawn.
You jinx.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, they're fighting, dude. I can
Easy,
get this,
easy
bro.
banner.
Shit. What is that heat shield?
On the
No,
right.
no, they're on my right.
Keep running. What the fuck is that? Yeah,
Fucking
keep running
crack.
on that side, baby.
Crack the raid. No way you
Perfect,
fucking
perfect.
idiots chase me, right?
Easy banner.
You're below, right?
Yeah, I'm below.
What do I do? Do I just go fight and just fucking insta block?
Go to respawn beacon, Mandy.
Yeah.
They're right above
Nice,
me. I'm gonna die for this.
No, you ain't dying.
Yeah, I'm dead.
No.
It's the same guy that killed you, sitting on your banner the entire time. Holy shit!
He's just better than you.
They're
Shut up.
camping banners, but they're sitting in corners, bro.
So fucking
What the
annoying.
Mad kills bad. Mad kills bad.
Just res him
We
up there
rest,
and then
bro.
go for mine.
Rest, we go. We farm it. 1v3, 2v3.
1v3.
I have a Mozambique right there. We go, bro. We
You
go.
got two. You got two more sounds, so you're good.
Easy clap. Easy win.
10k RP, full KP, sitting on banners. Getting storm.
We just run straight at them, okay? Double lead.
I'm not gonna take that. They can fucking hear that shit a mile away.
Wait. Take this.
I got the syringes here. Dropping.
I'm gonna take it.
Imagine if I lost my banner because you got stuck on a ledge.
I would have laughed so hard. I would have fucking cried laughing, you have no idea.
What was I about to see?
That would have been funny as shit.
They didn't camp, that's really nice, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
We're dead, bro.
I kinda wanna go power grid and heal. Or then rest.
Craft?
Alright,
Shit.
craft, yeah. We can rest him there too.
Okay.
I got eight syringes.
I have 2.
Fine. Oh, gee, I actually didn't fucking cancel my thing by press my thing, dude. Yeah, I have 8 syringes.
Yeah, we can rest power grid. Yes. Fuck it, craft some liquids.
Yeah.
Is there some boxes there? I don't even know.
I don't know. We gotta fucking hurry up though.
Someone's crafting in front of
right
me.
here.
No shot. I'm coming this side.
Yeah.
2 syringes.
Maybe raise up the hill, Tashin, and then I get a. There's a wingman here. Fuck, I don't know.
As you rest up the hill, it's pretty big.
I'm gonna die after the rest.
Wait, you don't have meds at all?
No, this is my last syringe. I didn't find any.
It's fine, it's fine.
You go hit the res anyway, I'll have 2 syringes.
Oh, this is scary, bro. I have 2 syringes.
Yeah, and then there might be syringes in this box as well.
I hope I can stick.
There's a medkit right next to you,
Coming,
bro.
the car is coming. Don't stick yet, don't stick yet.
It's too late.
Oh no,
fuck.
oh no, guys.
No, they have no idea, they have no idea.
Damn, heat chill is too loud, bro. Heat chill is
Yeah,
too loud.
they can see.
Oh no, they left. No, they didn't.
Did you pick up the medkit before you die?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Can I stick it? Or?
Yeah, you can. I'm just gonna make medkits for us, okay?
Yeah, make a bunch.
I have to make the medkits. We have to get the fuck out then. We have 1.5 minutes.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna just loot like 1 box in here.
I have 3 medkits. That's it. We have to get the fuck out, dude.
Yeah, where's the train? Is it far away?
There's a train down there.
Yeah.
Can you go?
I'm dropping medkits on me. Here, come to me.
Okay,
There's
just go
an
run.
extra medkit you can take there.
Run for his shirt, run for his shirt. Fuck.
Do you have heat shield? Look for heat shields.
I don't have crafting medkit.
I don't know.
Oh, it's me, dude.
Maybe you don't need, bro.
Yeah, but we have 40 seconds.
Oh, we gotta go, man.
Yeah, get to me now.
Fucking, we're dead.
No, we're not.
I drive for now. You
We
guys
go take the rift. You go take the rift, and then we just fucking 5-2 and go here.
Okay, we gotta go though. No, I can't drive. I can drive.
I drive. You guys steal in the car.
Get in. I'm gonna die now.
What do you mean? There's a syringe. What are you doing?
Bro, I'm waiting for someone to get in the car and drive. It's over now.
Bro, you need to heal, bro.
Come on, get in. Whatever.
Medkit now.
Nah, he's
Too late for me.
How did we just die right there?
Jesus Christ.
Dude, no way.
I can't drive, and I can't. If I heal outside the car, we're wasting time. Someone needs to jump in the car so I can pop a whole medkit on the car.
I couldn't do it. I'll pop medkits.
Oh my god.
There's no way
I can do it for sure. I'm 1 health.
Yeah, that's fine.
It didn't matter. You just pop a medkit and we just drive towards the thing.
Yeah, but we're wasting time.
You both had to just be in the car on the sides and already healing, so I can get it and drive.
I didn't have time to do that.
I popped the medkit, you know. I was full.
Yeah, I was waiting for you, Tashin, to press E on the car so I can press E and heal.
Damn, that's crazy.
Damn, bro.
That's crazy. It's the ultimate throw, dude.
Oh my god, man.
Depressed on. Fuck it. Man.
That's crazy.
play Vampire Survivors to forget everything. Just forget everything. I think as soon as I was rested, we should have just straight went for fucking zone. There was no time to do anything else.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were doing. I was crafting for us.
Yeah, but you know the crafters behind the zone.
Yeah, no, but I say I'm crafting medkits for us.
Yeah.
I just made a bunch of medkits.
Yeah, you're crafting medkits for us. That means we gotta get to you, pick up the medkits, or we die.
No, I could just craft them and take the thing and come to you guys fast. You had 2 syringes off drop, and I was almost done crafting all of it.
I don't know, 2 syringes, zone 2, that wouldn't have fucking kept them for long.
You can get tick 33 times, that's 33 seconds. And 2 extra, so that's 16 and a half extra, so that's 49 seconds.
So how much would it take you to fucking build all those medkits and take the
I already
balloon?
built 3 before. I only had 2 to build.
I still feel like, I don't know. We'll be like,
we would have made that
second.
100%. And then, no, you would have made that. You gotta run towards the rift. I come with the medkits, I'll just rest you guys, and we're already there, and we're good. That is free real estate.
Yeah, but then you told us to fucking look for fucking heat shields in the middle of while you're running for the car.
But you already came. You already came to me.
Yeah, but I could have ballooned away instead of looking for heat shields. I could have run around and ballooned.
I
went somewhere else.
I didn't think you guys were gonna come to me. That's what I said in the start. I just said I'm gonna make medkit for us.
Yeah, but you had the juice and we needed the juice.
I crafted medkits. I shouldn't even do that. I was just wasting time. There was 1 medkit and I should just go.
Yeah, I should have just picked up his medkit and ballooned away.
After I popped the medkit on the rest beacon, after you rest me, maybe I should have just went into the zone already and then Mandy picks me up.
That's what I'm thinking. Like you and me just run to zone and he can loot. We just walk energy or whatever. Even though I had nothing.
To car with medkits, easy.
I had no weapon at all, but still. Better than being dead.
Whatever, bro. Next.
Well, not like I had anything better once I got in the zone. It was just like I had a car with some ammo and the PK, but like it was still much the same shit. I was being naked.
Where is LJS now? I'm really confused. It's gonna take a while, right? Since the
We're waiting for the announcement.
Yeah, okay, good. So there's nothing set yet.
Nothing. We just know it's not this weekend, and they said they will make an announcement when they're gonna keep monitoring the shit that's happening over there, and then they're gonna make an announcement when they want to start it again. So honestly, it might even get delayed for a while. We don't know.
Probably.
Or it could be already next week. Really, Luna? How the fuck did you do that? Who's jump messing?
The king, I think.
Me, I'm jump messing.
Yeah.
There's one team on your aces, I think.
Great time. I seen him path.
Yay.
A big one.
Yes, sir. One team Marino.
Yeah, one team here.
They're going far building. I might get.
Yeah,
middle.
all three.
Yeah, all three. There's a bow here, Mandy. I'm looking already from balcony right now. Oh, it's gonna fall off. I give him a headshot. Oh, det good. How am I looking for you guys?
There's blue on me here.
He's right here.
He queued back.
Back.
Holy shit.
Is that I'm lost?
They're still sitting over there. They're coming over to me, I think.
Okay. I see one over here.
39.
One is getting pushed hard.
30 flash.
Bartender hit 100. Off in fucking crack.
Closer.
Or maybe not crack. Holy shit.
One on left side.
I'm phoenixing.
Knock one.
Right.
70 on him. Motherfucker, first thing.
Take 62 blue.
New
team.
New team. Fucking check ready again. Fuck off.
Instead I just ran. I killed him.
Oh man, why always?
Because that's how the game works now.
Game is ball.
Third parties.
Oh, third party.
Two teams.
Get the trident, bro, and just go deep in the fucking banners. Hey, man, the clutch always.
You guys are both on that side, right?
Yeah.
He's above and below.
What the fuck happened to my character right there?
Zing! It's looted.
Yeah, of course, that's where they landed. Third party.
Third party, guys.
I'm gonna take that alternator down, drop my car.
I'm dropping these nuts on their faces as soon as I'm out of this fucking thing, dude.
I'm ready. Holy shit.
Are you ready? Let's go, boys.
Are you ready?
Any PK and I'm ready.
Whoa.
You guys,
hello?
You guys...
Nice.
You guys...
Server dying? Okay, I'm back. Server's
What's up,
dying,
man?
dude.
Yo, what's up?
You guys can hear me, right? Stream is fine.
Hey,
Nah, I was dying too.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
that was disgusting.
That's pretty cool.
Just like, I thought my internet died.
Yeah, same.
That's exactly what
Marvin.
you need on this day, that you need your internet to die though without...
Here, blue armor full.
I'm gonna hit my my box.
Everything's in your box still, Tajin. Fucking hell.
Coming.
They didn't touch mine either.
I'm stacked already, I'm ready.
They left a purple on mine, dude.
Yeah, they're fucking. There's a bunch of shit here too. Alright, blue bolt, mastiff, all that shit. 64 on one guy.
I need.
Where is he?
They're running towards us.
Yeah, they're scanning. Yeah, I shoot the top right. Holy shit, man.
You should just run into the zone and get no loot. What is this?
Well, kill one.
Yeah, I believe.
Soon.
They're on me somewhere? On my head?
Yeah, knock one.
Yeah, on my head one.
He jumped on you, Akbar.
Really? What the fuck? I'm behind the wall! Dude, I'm so annoyed with this game. Who wants a shin?
Dude, I have 150.
Inside the building on me, he's trying to finish me. He's gonna break the door on me, I think. No, he's coming down the door.
Coming towards you.
Yeah.
Server lagging.
Lag. Holy shit. They're the fucking ones lagging the server.
What?
You can make this shit up.
I'll just resubscribe.
Nice. White banners. Good job. I am on the back door.
I need to go for you first.
Oh. Oh. Nice. Staying
I
for
have a beacon too. Chilling.
Chutao.
What a fight, dude.
Why do you need to build? What is this?
Holy shit, dude.
Man is controlling the map right now.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god! The heat shield disappeared!
What?
Oh my god.
Dude, what the fuck was that?
Almost died, dude.
How did it disappear?
I don't know.
Okay.
Fuck it, dude.
I can't believe we're still alive, dude. Man, they crack.
Sometimes.
Back in, maybe. I don't know. Always.
Sometime crack. Sometime good, sometime maybe shit.
Hey, same.
No bats. Any bats?
Oh yeah. Job 2.
Pog champion. I'm pogging. Visibly.
Damn. No fucking heat shields.
I have heat shield.
I have to.
Oh, that's good.
Do we have a car? I swear to god, the last 3 games we spent inside the fucking storm.
Yeah.
Really
Same. I wanna go turbine. And now we're gonna go Hammond because then the stream snipers are in turbine, dude. Hey.
This zone is so far, dude. Where's the tribe?
Almost thank you
Child
for
just
3 months. Welcome back.
resubscribed for 3 months. Pog crazy.
They took it.
Crazy.
Yikes. They took everything from us.
Yeah, I had to clutch off for the boys there. There's no way we're going back to lobby, dude.
We were not feeling
Not
that
after
bad.
that long one. When I knocked one, I was like, yeah, easy fight. And then they fucking just full sent both of you guys.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna come for me, but apparently not.
I didn't expect the city to drop on me, and then I hide behind the bin, and he still hits me for like a 60 behind the bin. I'm like, what? He's playing on like 5 million ping. Someone's spawning on Moby by power grid somewhere. There's some fighting ahead of us. Flying above us, Tashin. Look at it, straight at us. 500 purple. I don't know if you're muted, Tashin, or what.
No,
500 dead.
Fucking...
They're one climbing up on you. One climbing up on you.
Both inside, both inside. 2v2, 2v2.
Med kidding.
I can open the door whenever you want.
156.
No. What happened?
The Gabriel broke the door.
My bad.
No, you win these. Are you pushing?
They res the other guy as well. They res the other guy. Papan is res.
No, I couldn't get it off, dude. There's no way, dude.
I did not even realize that a guy climbed my back. Like, I heard you call, but I couldn't fucking hear him climb behind me.
And now they're dead. Another dead.
Full party insta.
Bro, so boring.
Of course, bro. This game.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is boredom.
Dude, I was 0.1 seconds to get a bet off.
You shit on this game with 40 speed?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
Let's try this out, boys.
Can you pretend my resubscribe is an Akasupa? Give me an Akasupa, thank you. Oh, we're now on YouTube.
Reaper.
Oh shit, it was me, man.
It's really just one team. Never mind, not even.
It's a squad team. That is.
Yeah, one.
I'm going straight down, land here.
They're going deep, I think. Motherfucker, first thing I hear is dum dum.
Yeah.
What the boys?
Let's go kill him.
He's ready to go full end or what?
Yeah, I'm already here.
I'm wingman, that's it, but I'm ready. He's got an angle left side of me.
He scanned me. Nah, he insta headshots me with me. Like his mom is the fattest fucking bitch on the planet. We're pushing over to shit. Man, the right side, right side. Door, right side. White armor, Boba. Pushing us. Fucking 1 HP, 1 HP. Knock, on the roof. Cracked him on the roof.
Oh my god, rolled.
What the fuck?
Oh man, fuck.
Oh no.
Well, you stop closing every door you see, bro.
No.
Fucking 3 times already you closed the door in my face. In this one fight. He's looking at us. He's literally staring at us. Manda, he's staring at you.
Oh shit, I killed him.
Oh,
He's side first. He's side first.
I'm killing him.
We get fucking gold. Knockdown off spawn, motherfucker.
Zip, zip, zip. 0. More 0.
Shooting crazy shit right there.
How is he alive after that 0, dude? Nice.
Wraith 2641 is dead.
It's actually Wraith 9403. Dude.
5797. What are you guys talking about?
Man, you guys got wrong numbers, dude.
I have full numbers.
Ping me Sentinel. I have stack Sentinel if you ping, bro. I give you a wingman for it if you find Sentinel.
There's Sentinel over here. On him. The Wraith had one. I'm gonna find a Mastiff and there's one right here.
Fighting Riftage? I'm fighting Rift or some shit. Hey, Krzyzka. I'm zipping over.
I'm coming. Me and Mr. T a little bit behind you.
Yeah.
Ripped an R9 here with a blue. Very close.
Okay.
In the open field. Currently 0 on that blowdown. He's barely alive.
Okay. 70 on Ash.
They're zipping him. Right here.
Zipping
What
at.
is it? He didn't take it.
Oh, 120.
36,
Dude, I
36.
headshot him.
He's one shot. Actual one shot.
Guys, just hit one. Oh no.
Look at his blood on. Look at his blood on the right side. Cracked him.
Shoot on the Pathfinder.
Right here. In front of me.
Seal up, boys, seal up. I
Right
don't
here.
have big mats, that's the problem.
He's popping a battery right in front of me.
45, 45. Push him, push him. Should be free.
Yeah, let's go.
Not free. The other guy's looking at me. I gotta heal. 42 on the blowdown.
They're nading
I'm
it.
just nading it.
I'm going behind here. Like, we're in third party now. I heard kill it.
Crack the blowdown. 36. Look, I can't kill this guy. How is he always healthy?
I'll find
Look,
side touching massive.
I'm gonna give you all of them. I'm not gonna. They're not gonna be get hit by it or whatever, but they're gonna go inside. Okay.
They're on the one is on second floor.
Push up. Let's go, baby.
They're holding me, bro. This guy's holding the zipline.
Oh, he's gonna hit 100, 150, 80, 100. What the fuck? He's won. I hit him 4 times with it.
What the fuck?
I'm ulting in. Never mind.
45 more guy. 45 again.
I can't hit that Ash. Why can't I use this gun, bro? Pisses me off how bad I am with this thing.
Bro, this is so rough to push. What?
Dude,
throw a barrel on
times. Buddy.
2 on me, 2 on me. And he just white swings and I get a no-reg. Like, this game sucks, bro.
45 on that guy. The blood. 45 again, 3 times.
Nah, oh my god, Tishin, come here. Sit in my knock. On the window, on the window. Last side, bottom floor, man.
Restable, never mind. Climb my shield if you want.
No.
Just don't be afraid to poke on medkit.
No.
We got you with the double shield. He's popping a bat.
I'm blocking it now.
We're holding the door, yeah.
You can heal.
He's on the window.
He's looking window.
I'm pop medkit. I have to pop one. Where is he?
He's healing on the bottom, popping a medkit.
Inside. All the door pretty much.
I'm gonna be inside so I can open the door.
Still all the door.
Nice! I'm dying.
Dude, no,
we're all dying.
No.
We're all dying.
Fine. We're all dying. We're all dying, boys.
We're all dying, dude.
Look at how we're all dying, boys.
Holy shit.
No, I've tried, Rachel.
Is there a medkit? There's no medkit.
Give me one.
Shit,
Fucking
okay.
hell, dude, these fights, man.
Okay, we go high ground?
I don't know how that didn't die earlier. I bodied them. And they're just full HP. It's like they had 4 fucking armor swaps.
I don't know, dude. I've put that. What? One of them. I think it was the Bloodhound. I think like about 4 times he survived with like 40 health. And I'm confused. Like, how do you have that much health?
Can't believe you guys are fucking trying to make me clutch with a wingman, man.
You were better though. Always better.
Sometimes. Sometime good, sometime maybe shit.
Deja vu.
Alright. Back in business. Back in business.
2 medkits in here. That's use.
I have 6 syringes, but I also have a heat shield, so we can just heat shield this car and go.
No. Draw my purple armor right here.
I need my sentinel, boys. Quick.
Motherfucker, get in. I was gonna drive you to your box.
Hey. Where is it?
For speed.
I did not know where it is.
There it is.
For your wingman if you want.
Any finish kit?
No.
Nope. Yeah. Get in the car and heal. Let's go.
Oh, me driving now. That's the side, dude.
Of suffering.
No, I can see perfectly fine. I'm good.
I wish that would just work like that. Throw it out and work.
So that 360?
I was so needless, dude. What was such a needless 360, dude? Like, why?
Oh my god, you saw that shit? Oh my fucking god. This is me driving
This would be
RL
good
too. I'd be crazy. Look at this shit. Straight through here. Turn.
Lean. But finally we see no zone anymore.
Yeah.
Really. One here.
No, we good.
Touch.
For your sentinel?
I have one, bro. Thank you.
Fuck.
Enemy? Enemy?
There is?
Yeah.
Alright.
On my ping.
Welcome back, man.
I guess he was alone, but he just ran away.
We should probably go left side. Or Amanda's side.
My side.
Just checking.
Oh my god.
On my right, in this building. Holy shit, bro. They think I'm a solo. One of Phoenix around this corner.
45 one guy. 45 another guy.
They were ratting the building, dude. So close.
Hey, dude, you already know who it is.
Reporting out, I think. 40 purple on one. Where'd they port you? Blood on fucking. Blood on hit pretty hard. I'm healing.
I'm burning one. Flash.
Yeah, medkit for me.
One on 100.
Medkitting.
Oh man. They're running, bro. Fuck me.
Holy fuck, dude.
We're coming back or what? They're two port as well. One guy.
I cracked him.
Res.
One more.
90.
Nice.
Another one.
Oh, you're lucky.
Go push that. Go push that.
First.
Right, both of them.
Dude. Holy shit, how am I not hitting him?
What is happening?
I gotta go back for you. You need? Yeah, you do.
Yeah. I'm popping sellers.
Where are my PK shots going, dude? Like it's in his fucking.
PK is the worst shotgun in the game right now.
Yeah, it really is.
Not even close.
It's so much
I'm
better.
going to a fucking mastiff, dude.
Boys, any med killers? I am scum.
I have one. I have one.
Can you pick up this so I can get a bag?
Yeah, pop
Wait, I have a
syringes.
bag. I have a bag.
I'm not scamming, don't worry about it. Full red, the Evo right here.
I got med kit.
I have 10 bats. We gotta go round 3. Let's go. Oh.
The other round. This one's faster. This one's way faster.
Oh,
Mr. T is fucking dead.
You guys briefing me. I have heat shot.
Mr. T get turded.
Nah.
Mr. T get told.
Nah.
Nah.
You have heat shot, right?
In front of us, 3 dudes or 2 dudes. I don't know how many, but in front of us.
Be big guys. And it buzzed in my eyes.
One's dead. Look at it left. Look at it here. Valkyrie 170.
Dude, why he run so fast?
How did I not knock him?
Oh, on me. Right here in front of me, right here.
Where?
Right there. Wait, what was that? I got
Someone has a
crabbed.
Someone has a Kraber.
Where?
Come
I
to
need
me, boys.
medkits, I have no medkits.
Oh, there. Collab. I have one. Alright. Yeah, I have two, man. Never mind. Alright. I'm running over.
What do you mean where is? I'm plugging 1920.
Please don't. Yeah, good. Pushing me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Above. Raid. Almost cracked raid. Cure out instantly.
Fuck him! I bought, dude.
No,
both
shit.
in one shot. Team.
Wait, huh?
New team.
Random guy.
I cured out a little bit.
On you, Mandy.
No, body headshot. Fuck. Dude, how are you
No
so fast?
audio, bro. He's literally below me with no fucking audio.
How are they so fast? How are they so fast?
Okay, did you try to go that way too?
How do they walk so fast? Dude, they're on controller, guys. How are these guys so fast on controller, dude? What's happening with them? They're evolving.
Dude, it's just a random Valkyrie shooting us.
Bloodhound, dude. That's how they're fast. LG for me.
Okay, one more.
Oh, God. Fucking slow, dude. Slow brain, but fast in-game. What is that?
No bitches. No maidens. No maidens.
Yeah.
Can he lose?
Maidenless. L plus maidenless. Holy shit. I think it's time.
Medusa. How fast did I kill Medusa, I wonder? Not that fast, actually. Nothing dipping, there's just a bunch of fucking different mobs, I guess. Ooh, evolved axe. This is insane, dude. Evolved axe is insane, chat. It's actually insane. I can't lose anyone. Pretty much unlosable. No maidens? Oh no, I pressed left click. Holy shit. Alright, these are drops for now.
Yo, what's up?
I pressed left click accidentally, so we're going here.
We're going middle? I'm going full ignorant middle.
I think there's two teams in Icarus, but I don't think anyone's here, right?
I think we're good here, yeah. We're chilling. Dude, I get a wingman every single game right now. I don't know what's happening. Oh, a bow. Oh no, Kringe.
Hey.
Yeah, I thought we were doing right.
Stack Sentinel. This is my favorite landing spot from now on.
New home?
It's new home for me, dude. Yep.
Oh, kringe. Wingman. Someone up in the wall, right next to us. Right here.
You got that.
Just kill him. Let's go.
I'm doing some crazy shit right now. Yeah, I'm employing my armor. Wait. Where's my PK? Oh, there.
The Loba loading right in front of us. Time to kill them.
I'm gonna wait here, maybe a headshot one.
Holy shit, dude.
Nope. Okay.
They're on the left.
They are?
Yeah, I heard them walking on my head.
I'm trying to get Angies.
I'm gonna grab them. They're grabbing the... How do they know? These guys are stream sniping 100%.
One guy over here.
That was bullshit.
They're pushing Manda.
RPI. Careful, RPI.
They're pushing me now. Yeah, fucking headshot. We're not going?
No, but
No, I had to
you
go
got
back.
cracked.
I got cracked.
Unlucky, bro. Win this, come. Win this.
Oh my god.
Third party ink, I believe.
What the fuck are we doing, man?
Shoot them.
70?
Knocked.
What the fuck are these guys doing, man? This guy is stream sniping 100%. Atlanimo. On your left. You saw him jump out on your left.
They TP'd on us.
No, they tip it away. There's a third party.
I'm below.
No.
He jumped.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to help you right there.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine, fine. Yeah, double me, come.
No med kit, by the way. Close.
Pass my low. Wait. We're all dead.
Nice.
My banner. I think the Sheena has
I'm
to
getting
fly.
it.
Who is that,
Fuck you! Fuck you!
I got it.
There's still like, I think that's a duo above you. Like the Ash duo.
Medkitting?
Do you get out or not?
If not, I'll just fucking walk me through them.
You can plug me on the pyramid and then
Yeah, I got you.
wait for them to push. And then just do it to them.
Holy shit, dude.
See a shot.
It's two, right?
Yeah. Enemy. I'm up ping.
60 on one guy.
Oh, they're pushing me, huh?
Yeah, I'll give you my armor.
Nah.
Holy
lie.
shit.
Where are they? TP.
Headshot one. Ash.
Where are they? Someone's close on our left.
Yeah, right.
My ult.
On the pyramid.
No hits. We just 3-2-1 go on one of them.
The one on the double door here?
Yeah, yeah. Ready?
Okay, okay, now.
No.
Low, 100.
Shit, go ahead.
Door, right side. Almost cracked.
Nothing.
Ash, cracked her.
Doctor.
Last guy.
Fuck.
Didn't touch him.
No way, bro.
Oh,
I'm already.
no, dude.
I'm already gone. I need that.
Ended it. Alright.
That's
That's
crazy.
it for me. Reps. Time to work out.
Man, have fun, bro. GG.
GG's. Good games today.
Yeah. You wanna play more, Mr. T?
Yeah, I'm done.
Alright. Peace out,
Alright.
boys. Bye bye.
Alright, peace.
Peace. Alright, chat. I'm done for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright, they're gonna play a little bit more, so I'm gonna host Tashin. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys same time tomorrow. Akasupa, thank you. What? How did you say it? Dumbos. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Probably same time in the morning. Tomorrow is also call up with Bao and Monarch. So, but that's really late for you guys, and you probably won't be awake at the time. But if in case you are, there you go. Alright. Bye bye, chat. Bye bye. Good night.